Сегодня мы с вами продолжаем изучать и проходить Genshin Impact. Сегодня мы с вами будем смотреть сюжет... Так, это что у нас? Это что? Короче, будем сегодня смотреть с вами сюжет Сайна, две части. И потом мы перейдем с вами на встречу с Фарузан и еще с кем-нибудь. С кем не знаю, наверное, с Кавиком. Почему бы нет? Он же у нас из Сумеру, правильно? Вот, остальные вроде как из Инадзумы и с Манштата и т.д. и т.п. Короче, сегодня у нас будут чисто персонажи, получается, Сумеру. Вот. Если мы сегодня их добиваем, вот этих трех персонажей, то на следующем стриме мы уже будем проходить Фонтейн. Как-то так. Ну, в принципе, все. Я думаю, можем начинать. Пойдем встречаться с Сайно. А вы что вот это у меня? А, я что-то не доделал, получается. Вчера. У меня вчера этого не было. Я вчера проверял перед выходом. Ну ладно, пойдемте. Да, действительно. Либо не сохранилось. Сейчас посмотрим, что там такое у нас. Интересно, интересно. Так, и потом уже к Сайну тогда пойдем. Ну, типа, мы сегодня в любом случае к нему пойдем, поэтому я и не переживаю. Сегодня снял прохождение первой игры. Начал, уже с первой серию снял. Сделал интро, сделал... еще там по мелочи. В общем, сегодня много-много дел. Завтра будет только стрим. Завтра ничего не смогу успеть. Короче, дел много. Канал с понедельника, повторюсь уже в 1000-миллиардный раз, что переходит на новый уровень. Потому что стримов теперь будет очень мало. Ну, они будут, но не так часто, как сейчас. То есть они не каждый день будут. Будут видосики, будут прохождения и т.д. и т.п. Ну, в принципе, обо всем я этом говорю всегда в Телеграме, поэтому можете там подписаться. Так, погнали. Парящий гидроплесенник. Ну-ка, давай, маленький, что ты нам расскажешь? Так, привет, Тесса, добро пожаловать на стрим. Наота, привет. Блокнул? Я никого не блокнул. В смысле? Возможно, ты у меня удалился. Точнее, моя система тебя удалила, потому что ты был неактивом. Наверное, ты мне не писал. Сейчас проверю. А, ну да, ты мне и не писал, поэтому тебя и кикнуло. Ну-ка. А, да, тебя удалило из друзей, удалило переписку. Да, здесь написано, что типа по причине неактива. Окей, все, тебя обратно добавил. Сейчас я что-нибудь напишу, погоди. Любой смайлик тебе отправлю, рандомный. Да, у меня бывает такое, что удаляет. У меня сейчас ВК, да, я уже увидел. У меня бывает такое, что если мне человек долго не пишет, он у меня автоматически удаляется и беседы удаляет. Как-то так. Так, давайте продолжать. Мне так хочется помочь им встретиться снова. Эти плесники остались совсем одни. И за лагерь парящих анем плесников Паймон тоже тревожно. Да, и мне. Есть идея, может отведем их туда, пусть живут вместе? Они все... Так, а почему здесь у Нахида нет озвучки? Что-то хуйня. Они все жили бок о бок с элементальными существами, думаю, в результате у них выработались похожие повадки. Точно, они смогут друг о друге позаботиться. Ну что, пойдем с нами? Я так понимаю, это продолжение вчерашнего, да? Похоже, ты их уговорила. Что ж, идем. Давайте посмотрим, что здесь такое. Два одиноких плесника получили в лагере теплый прием. Это ж хорошо. Так вот, сегодня снял первую серию прохождения одной игры. Игра очень крутая, очень интересная. Я думаю, надеюсь, по крайней мере, она вам зайдет. Так, кажется, или плесники нас помнят. Они такие милые и дружелюбные. Видимо, элементальное сородичество было... А, подожди, наверное, здесь не обязательно читать, потому что нет озвучки. Окей. Можно поиграть? Ну, поиграй. Я должна перед тобой извиниться, когда мы были внутри Анеп, и семя огня разрушилось. Я решила принести в жертву свою силу. Память тебе говорила? Да. Я поторопилась, надо было как следует подумать и принять более адекватное решение, но все мои мысли были об одном. Дендродракон на краю гибели, житель Сумеру в опасности, и я не находила себе места от тревоги и страха. Да, кто не видел, на предыдущей серии мы с Дендродраконом встречались. Если бы я упустила время, когда еще можно было бы что-то сделать, если бы опустила руки и не попыталась его спасти. Потратить свою силу — самый простой выход, но в то же время самый трудный. Тебе есть еще куда расти, в прямом переносном. Да, они много у меня научили. Я понимаю, что их желание исполнилось, но все же еще не могу этого принять. Его голос звучал так легко и радостно, но мне хотелось плакать. Видимо, я еще не до конца понимаю, что такое сочувствие. Дело не в тебе. Спасибо тебе за утешение. Чувство — сложная штука, мне еще многому надо научиться. Ну да, фактиш. Оказывается, они знают, как обрабатывать землю. Может, просто повторяют движения за людьми? Но тот плесенник даже научился говорить. Скорее всего, все это результат длительного воздействия силы элементов. Время наделено огромной силой. Точно, теперь два одиноких плесенника в безопасности. Я позабочусь об этом лагере, буду их навещать, проверять, как идут дела. Я хочу сохранить следы, оставленные элементальными существами, чтобы в будущем они могли встретиться со своими сородичами. Ведь в конце прозвучало имя Нур, значит, воспоминания вернулись. Я верю в чудеса. Да, не будем терять надежду и времени. Нахида, плесники принесли нам фруктов, угощайся. Хорошо, иду. Ну да, в принципе, послесловие такое небольшое. Хорошо. Ну а теперь точно мы идем к Сайну. Это как бы 100%. Какой-то там шакал. Почему он шакал, я не знаю. Как по мне, он больше гиена. Выбил Варессу. Поздравляю на это. Теперь все три ближника среди каталистов здесь. Один ногой, второй кулаком, третий своей С. Окей, поздравляю. Рад, что тебе Вареска выпала. Я ее не буду выбивать. Я думал долго. И принял решение ее не выбивать. Не надо. 420, кстати, если что, круток у меня. Плюс еще здесь у меня в золоте 16. Вот здесь в золоте. Итого у меня 436 круток. На Шиланен. В С2. Как-то так. Стойте, уважаемые, подождите. Что надо? Мне кажется, или я вас уже где-то увидел. Неужели вы те самые Фертус и Памин, о которых все говорят? Здравствуйте, вы сейчас очень заняты, я хотел с вами кое о чем поговорить. Мы уже где-то виделись? Меня зовут Набил, кому ебало. Я матер из Академии. Вы ведь друзья уважаемого Сайна, он говорил о вас. Видите ли, уважаемый Сайна сейчас ведет дело о контрабанде капсул знаний. И уже много дней не выходил на связь. Может быть, он в опасности? Честно говоря, мне трудно представить, что может угрожать безопасности уважаемого Сайна, но от него нет никаких известий, и это может значить, что дело оказалось сложнее, чем мы ожидали. Я слышал, что вы невероятно храбрые, умные и способные искатели приключений. Не могли бы вы протянуть нам руку помощи в расследовании дела о контрабанде капсул знаний? Кстати, да, на предыдущей части мы Дэхью прошли, классная, очень классная история. Как по мне, не знаю пока как Сайна будет, но с Дэхью пока самая прям пиздатая история в Сумеру. Кстати, оружие я реально подошло, угадал еще до выхода. Ну это ж хорошо. Ладно уж, ты так мило просишь, мы поможем. Какая на данный момент есть инфа? Недавно на рынок хлынуло множество капсул знаний неизвестного происхождения. Сайна предполагает, что для их распространения используется хорошо законспирированный канал контрабанды. Согласно некоторым исследованиям, использование капсул знаний в неограниченных количествах может повлечь за собой непоправимый вред. Люди даже не подозревают, что играют с огнем. Кроме того, говорят, что на рынок просочились крайне опасные капсулы знаний. Даже если это окажется неправдой, нам все равно нужно непременно отыскать канал контрабанды. Okay? Когда Сайна связывался с нами в последний раз, расследование увело его за пределы города Сумеру. Тогда ему показалось, что он нашел какие-то зацепки, но с тех пор от него никаких новостей не было. Тогда поспешим. Let's go. Утопая в песках. Золотой шакал. Понял. Хорошо. Видимо, мы отправляем... нет. Я думал, мы уже в пески, но нет. Хорошо. Сейчас, кстати, очень много дел, ребзи. Сейчас у меня озвучка. Чтобы вы понимали, у меня вот просто вам перечисляю перечень моих дел. Не считая выходных дней. Потому что выходные дни я тоже занят, но не так мощно, как сейчас. Короче, Я сейчас занимаюсь озвучкой Ранабе, состою в команде. Я стримлю. Чтобы вы понимали, на озвучку уходит примерно, ну, в среднем 2 часа, да? 2,5, вот так вот. Ну, я обычно 2 беру часа, бывает задерживаюсь. Вот считайте, 2 часа у меня озвучка, 4 часа плюс-минус копейки у меня стримы вечером, плюс сейчас запись игр, которая сменится, ну, то есть стримы сейчас сменятся на запись игр, но все же стримы будут, как бы, периодически. Вот, плюс еще дела, плюс изучение туда-сюда, плюс университет по выходным, выходной день. Короче, представьте, сколько мне дел, это пизда. Вот, но вы меня, сука, все равно не поддерживаете. Охуели. Сайна, наконец-то мы тебя нашли. Так, это вы. То-то я почувствовал нечто знакомое. Но я сейчас очень занят, так что поговорим в другой раз. Мы узнали о контрабанде капсулы знаний. Да, Набил поручил нам разобраться в ситуации. Это Набил вам все рассказал? Без разрешения выдал, где я нахожусь. Ладно, сейчас не время думать об этом. Ситуация может оказаться сложнее, чем вы предполагаете. Я уже привлек некоторых причастных к ответственности, однако полученной от них информации недостаточно. Не буду вдаваться в подробности. В общем, я выведал секретную точку сбыта капсулы знаний. Если вам интересно, то идем туда вместе. Значит, звучит как-то непонятно, но здорово было бы поохотиться за преступниками вместе с Сайной, как заправские матры. Фетус, let's go. Погнали. Так, вместе с Анной арестуйте подозреваемых. Заебись, я стал копом. Вот это поворот. Такого я сегодня точно не ожидал. Обычно я везде играю за негодяев, подлецов, потому что мне так кайфово. Но сейчас я стану... В Геншине стал копом. Это что-то новое. Фертус ебанулся и пошел к матрам. Тоже неплохо. Или точнее стал матрой. Кто бы мог подумать. До чего жизнь меня довела. Пиздец. Это что, весь ассортимент? В прошлый раз как-то побогаче выбор был. И зачем тебе гора целая? Брать-то будешь? Брать-то будешь, точнее? Нет? Заебал. В последнее время Академия на нас зуб точит только так. Вот и взять побольше не получается. Коли что-то заинтересовало, бери скорее. Вдруг это вообще последняя партия. Эта Академия уже у всех в печенках сидит. Хорошо, возьму эти. Сейчас еще посмотрю. Как-то не кажется мне, что в этот раз вы принесли что-то ценное. Наверняка тут какие-нибудь самые обычные знания. Ай, ладно, сколько я должен? С тебя 150 тысяч мора, деньги вперед. Нихуя. Быстро положил мору обратно, руки вверх. Это же Сайна. Когда же он уже исчезнет? Забудьте про товар, разделяемся, бежим. Мору не забудь. Не так быстро, никуда вы от Пайма не убежите. Чего это же... Что это еще за дела? Разве не ты мне говорил, что Сайна действует в одиночку? Плохо дело, без драки не разойдемся. Есть идеи? Давай сдадимся. Еще жизни мне не хватало рисковать ради какой-то горской моры. Вы бы все так послушай, к нам в руки шли. Реально. Привет, танкер, добро пожаловать. Такие же, как и те, кого я поймал до этого. Всего лишь сбытчики, которые практически не вовлечены во всю систему. К вам у меня лишь один вопрос. Откуда вы взяли эти капсулы знаний? У нас нет какой-то конкретной точки передачи. Начальник просто держит с нами одностороннюю связь и каждые 5 дней отправляет группу людей с новой партией товара. Время прибытия следующей поставки. Понять не имею. Мы правда не знаем. Новая партия должна была прийти уже как 3 дня назад, но мы до сих пор ничего не видели. Эти же капсулы знаний мы получили аж 8 дней назад, поэтому их и осталось так мало. Так мы ничего не добьемся. Я знаю. Почему 3 дня назад до них не дошел товар? Я ведь тогда и начал расследовать это дело. Думаю, их начальство наверняка прознало, вот я ворвал с ними все связи. В ходе вашей неудачной попытки сбежать ты сказал, что я якобы действую в одиночку. Откуда такая информация? Твое имя стало нам известно еще в самый первый день, как мы занялись бизнесом. Начальство предоставило нам некоторые сведения о тебе, чтобы мы были осторожны. И в итоге все равно попались. Хотя у нас не было шансов. Ну вот, как вы видите, преступники все обо мне выведали и даже успели затаиться. В нашем распоряжении только мелкие сошки вроде этих. Сколько ни лови, расследование с места не сдвинется. Вот бы помимо этого существовал еще один канал контрабанды. Допустим, какой-нибудь крупный торговец, выставляющий на рынок капсулы знаний. Ты имеешь в виду У вас уже есть подозрения? Я пойду с вами. Помогу привлечь его к ответственности. Ответственности? Если этот человек представляет опасность для общества, я не стану закрывать на это глаза. Нельзя, чтобы Сайно увидел Дори. Мы ошиблись. Вот так. Когда я сперва разберусь с этими двумя, а потом продолжу искать информацию. Если знаете какие-нибудь новости, ищите меня возле каравана Рибата. А что касается тебя, больше никогда не покупай капсулы знаний. Если же какие-то из них еще остались у тебя, живо передай их мне. Ладно уж, весь он нас свой поганый везде сует. Туда его, блядь. Заебись. А ну повтори. А что, я не прав, что ли? Торговля капсулами знаний происходила с соглашения обеих сторон. А тут пришли вы и нагло влезли в наши дела. Почему Академия вообще прячет такие полезные вещи? Что все себе да себе, а людям ни-ни? У этого наверняка есть причина. Академия уже объявила, что капсула знаний опасна в неумелых руках. Ненавижу повторять одно и то же, да и ты слушать не будешь. Надеюсь, ты хотя бы понимаешь, что твои действия только развязывают руки контрабандистам. Еще раз это повторится, и я лично прослежу за тем, чтобы тебя наказали по всей строгости. Так, мне пора. Давай, иди. Заебись. Высказали ему. Что думал, напугаешь меня? Давай найдем Дори и обо всем расспросим. У нее ведь много связей. Наверняка она что-нибудь да знает. Насколько Пайман помнит, она должна быть в Алькасар-Сарае. Вперед. Ой, Дори, блядь, сколько мы с ней не виделись. Мы с Дори, чтобы вы понимали, Дори это вот этот персонаж, который мне... Один из самых первых персонажей, которые мне выпали. Вот этот пиздюк. Чтобы вы понимали, мы с ней последний раз виделись, чтобы не соврать. Это была серия, наверное, 8 или 7. То есть это было прям начало игры сразу после Ли Юэ. А сейчас у нас, вот представьте, была 7 или 8 серия, ну может 9. Ну может 10, но не больше, вот серьезно, максимум. Мы с ней виделись, когда мы только приехали в Сумеру. Плюс-минус, вот 1-2 серия сумерская. Это вот я говорю, от 8 до 10 серии, может быть от 7. И сейчас у нас 63-я, чтобы вы понимали. Вот просто вдумайтесь, сколько мы ее не видели. Здорово, пиздюк. Вы рассказываете Дори о том, как повстречали Сайна. А, как же такое могло произойти? Спасибо, что не подставили меня. А то бы мне сейчас пришлось сломя голову, убирать отсюда по добру, по здорову. Ты знаешь, кто торгует капсулами знаний? Не знаю, в последнее время я перестала иметь с ними дело. Постой, что значит перестала? Да, теперь эти капсулы ну прямо на каждом шагу. Денег на них не поднимешь. К тому же эти контрабандисты захватили почти весь рынок. А привычки навариваться на чужом бизнесе у меня нет. Зарабатывать я привыкла по-крупному. Да еще и копать под торгующих в последнее время стали с еще большим упорством. Вот я и завязала с этим. Хуясь. Напрасно мы пришли. А вот и нет. Кто за всем этим стоит, я, конечно, не знаю. Но за то, что вы сохраняете мой секрет, я поделюсь с вами известной мне информацией. Эти контрабандисты в последнее время переходят все границы. Я только и жду, чтобы их бизнес поскорее увял. Чтобы самой, наконец... чтобы торговая отрасль регулировалась строго по закону. Дори дурь. Ну да. Я ее пиздюком называю. Ну или дурь, реально. Да, конечно. На первом месте для тебя выгода. Неужели торговля капсулами знаний и правда такая прибыльная? Да, ты совсем ее недооцениваешь. Только представь, любые знания у тебя прямо на ладони. И даже время на обучение тратить не нужно. Неудивительно, что цены на этот товар такие высокие. Конечно, далеко не все эти капсулы нужны, но в огромном суммеру спрос все равно очень высокий, а вот затраты довольно низкие. Максимум потратишься на перевозку, и все равно это крайне прибыльное дело. Почему же тогда Академия запрещает их продажу? Возможность овладеть сложными знаниями и стать ученым по щелчку пальцев звучит как-то нереально. Но бесплатный сыр бывает только в мышеловке, не правда ли? Нужно учиться, приводить сложные анализы, практиковаться. Получение знаний всегда было очень трудоемким процессом. Вот я, например, прежде чем продать что-то, мне нужно столько приготовлений сделать. Но с капсулой знаний ты можешь просто перескочить все промежуточные этапы и сразу же получить готовое знание, что подводит нас, по крайней мере, к двум проблемам. Во-первых, содержимое капсулы воспринимается как неоспоримая истина, которую к тому же не удастся забыть. А это значит, что даже самые маленькие ошибки не поддаются корректировке. Во-вторых, при постепенном использовании капсул наблюдается деградация мыслительных способностей. Со временем мозг превращается в некое подобие библиотеки знаний, способной только хранить их. Нихуя себе. Это слишком опасно. Я помню, что Фертус тоже использовала капсулу знаний. Признавайся, как ты себя чувствуешь? Сносно. Конечно, в малых количествах капсулы знаний опасности не представляют, поэтому я и продавала их раньше. Это похоже на действие лекарства. Оно лечит, но при чрезмерном употреблении наносит вред организму. Главная доза. Вот когда Дори говорит про дозу, мне становится страшно. Ладно, мы отошли от темы, реально. Короче говоря, есть... Она, блядь, меня услышала сейчас или что? Короче говоря, есть бессовестные негодяи, это я, которые продают капсулы знаний по бросовым ценам. И ни к чему хорошему это не приведет. Что еще хуже, если вы сосредоточите внимание только на тех капсулах знаний, что подают на рынке, вы угодите в ловушку. Насколько я знаю, их настоящая цель — передавать с помощью капсул знаний информацию, связанную с чертогом упокоения. Крупнейший бизнес столетия. Чертог упокоения — это что? В легенде чертог упокоения — это древние руины времен царя Дешрета. Если отыскать находящиеся внутри сокровища, можно познать смысл жизни и смерти. Однако Академия запретила заниматься его исследованием и на официальном уровне. Говорят, что сейчас в пустыне проходит аукцион, на котором разыгрывают редчайшие капсулы знаний. В некоторых из них и содержится информация о чертоге упокоения. Когда я услышал эти новости, я сразу подумал, что все эти повсеместно продающиеся капсулы всего лишь трюк для отвода глаз. Стоящих за всем этим людей интересует именно чертог упокоения. Зачем передавать эту информацию с помощью капсул? Исследовать чертог упокоения очень сложно. Для этого нужно знание из самых разных областей. Чтобы по-быстрому собрать исследовательскую группу, легче всего использовать капсулы знаний. Аукцион проводится по большей части для того, чтобы привлечь к участию заинтересованных и способных исследователей. Заебись. Одну секунду. Совсем забыл. Я постоянно забываю закрыть, сука, Телеграм. Да и кто может гарантировать, что в конце концов чертог упокоения будет найден? С помощью аукциона делают рекламу капсулами знаний, связанных с чертогом упокоения. При этом зарабатывают немало моры. Чем не выгодный для всех бизнес? Ну, если так, не стоит ли нам посетить аукцион в пустыне? Может быть, там нам удастся найти зацепку? Верно, что-то я совсем заболталась. Самое время представить дорогим покупателям наши особые дорожные сумки из лимитированной коллекции. А в дополнение к ним по акции идет карта с местом проведения аукциона. Хитрожопая пиздец, я так и знала. Я уже говорила, что перед продажей мне нужно провести кое-какие приготовления, да? Так вот, дайте-ка я поразмышляю над ценой этого товара. Ну, пиздец. 500 тысяч моры за сумку. Выгодная сделка получится. А для малышки Пайман сумка с 50% скидкой всего за 250 тысяч. Нихуя себе. Я тоже согласен. Не волнуйтесь, дело о контрабанде расследует Сайно, не так ли? Я счет ему как раз и выставлю. Все, что вам нужно сделать при окончании расследования, отправить его в торговую гильдию, чтобы он оплатил счета. Ой, только не проводите его прямиком ко мне, а то он поймет, что это все я. Сука. Генерал Махаматра Академии ни за что не оставит счет неоплаченным, а на расследование дела должно выделяться огромные средства. Может, стоило просить больше? Давай вернемся поскорее. Поймем, кажется, что еще одно слово Дори, и мы точно уедем без моры в кармане. В натуре, блядь. Она у нас, да, но она барыга, что пиздец просто. Я это помню. У нее цены просто заоблачные. Она такая, ну это же всего лишь копейки, имей. По ее словам, а на деле-то нет. Так что да. Лайки все поставили. Кто лайк не поставил, то вообще не вырез в курсе, да? Так, погнали. Дунья Джуджани. Блять, такие имена же есть. Ну-ка, Сайно, давайте сюда. Сайно, мы кое-что разузнали. Настоящая цель этих контрабандистов — чертог упокоения. Они проводят аукцион в пустыне, где и продают капсулы знаний с информацией об этом месте. Чертог упокоения? Об информаторе расспрашивать не буду, но можно ли верить его словам? Источник довольно надежен. Говорят, что в чертоге упокоения остались сокровища еще со времен царя Дешрета. Это правда? И да, и нет. В те времена это место было построено одной религиозной сектой во времена царя Дешрета и держалось в секрете. Сокровища там и правда есть, но их количество по сравнению с подстерегающим на каждом шагу опасностью. Судя по прошлым исследовательским материалам, чтобы попасть в чертог упокоения, нужно заплатить собственной жизнью. Это вовсе не обычные руины. Не зря же Академия строго-настрого запретила проводить подобные исследования. Вполне возможно, что преступники используют капсулу знаний для передачи данных, исследования и привлечения к нему новых участников. Как бы то ни было, наша следующая цель — пустыня. Много ли людей изучают эту хрень? С годами их становится все меньше и меньше, однако такие еще есть как в стенах Академии, так и среди простых людей. Все же ходят слухи, будто, завладев сокровищами чертового упокоения, можно познать жизнь и смерть, и даже воскрешать мертвых. Смерть — величайшее горе для доброй половины человечества. Пусть люди осознают, что все эти слухи могут оказаться пустой ложью, они продолжают цепляться за свои фантазии, несмотря ни на что, следуют им. Именно поэтому исследования чертога упокоения до сих пор не прекратились. Кто знает, откуда конкретно берется информация о капсулах знаний. Вам известно, где проводят этот аукцион? Конечно, да. Хорошо, отправимся сюда. Но сперва избавимся от тех, кто сидит у нас на хвосте. Кто-то следит за нами? Да, давайте выйдем из города. Как только мы начнем двигаться, они сразу же покажутся. Не бойтесь, я разберусь с этим недоразумением. На Сайна можно положиться, но мы уж точно сидеть сложа руки не будем. Ну это да. Попробуй тронь. Погнали. Покиньте караван ребят. Так. Ну просто по прямой бежать. Поехали. Так, финик побежал. Или феник. Или же пустынная лисичка. Там как-то отличаются, я особо не знаю как. Так, one second. Блять. Серьезно. Блять. Ублюдок. С кайфом. Стойте, собирайтесь в пустыню. Советую хорошенько все взвесить, прежде чем отправляться в путь. Вы кто такие? Не важно, кто мы. Важно, что мне велели вам передать. Еще не поздно остановиться. Ты ведь Сайна? О тебе ходит дурная слава, но в этом даже слишком многое поставлено на карту. Если не оставишь эту затею, даже тебе не поздоровится. Ну а вы, ребята, вы же не имеете к этому никакого отношения. Зачем навлекаете на себя беду? Мы пришли помочь Сайна. Точно, мы не собираемся сидеть сложа руки. Вы хорошо подумали. Сайна на подыки потянула. Наш наниматель сказал, что готов пойти на уступки, если вы уберетесь во свояси. Например, он сократит продажу капсул знаний, чтобы твоя проверка выглядела эффективно. Плюс ко всему, он поделится прибылью. У тебя будут и Мора, и Слава. Не вижу причин для отказа. А я не вижу причин для согласия. Довольно болтовни, прочь с дороги. Так не пойдет, деньги заплачены, работа должна быть сделана. Раз вы упорствуете, то пеняйте на себя. Ой, блядь, зря ты нахуй это начал, молодой мой. Хотя ты уже пожилой. Опа. О, кстати, я за Сайна играю, нихуя себе. Ну-ка посмотрим, что он могет. Слышал, что он не очень, но я не знаю. Не, ну под льдом он хорошо жарит. Не знаю, где он плох. Под льдом пока нормально. Як. Не, ну слушайте, нормально он жарит. Правда, копье у него странное, ну ладно. Это я уж чуть заебался, называется. Проклятие, это ничего не меняет. Сэн, раз ты решил ввязаться в это дело, проблемы тебе обеспечены. Смотри, как бы не пришлось сожалеть о содеянном. Уходим. Догнать? Не нужно. Если поймаем, все равно ничего не выясним. К тому же это может оказаться ловушкой. Простите, что втянул вас в эти неприятности. Скорее всего, вам это будет еще долго припоминать. Сейчас осторожности помешают. Даже спать нужно с открытыми глазами. Не-не-не, подожди, спать нужно закрытыми? Едва ли, нельзя терять бдительность. Наемники очень мстительны, ведь каждая неудача больно бьет по их репутации. Ради спасения своего имени они могут затаиться и в любой момент нанести внезапный удар. Тебе это знакомо? Знакомо, такое не забывается. Однажды я вместе с напарником выполнял задание, когда у меня еще было маловато опыта. И завершив дело, я ослабил бдительность. В итоге те, кто уцелел, напали на нас. Напарник меня прикрыл, мы с трудом уладили ситуацию. С тех пор я стал более осторожным и не теряю бдительность даже во сне. Вот так неожиданность. А что с твоим напарником? Перелом запястья, но восстановление ушло 2 месяца. К счастью, обошлось без осложнений. В прошлом году он по личным причинам перешел на гражданскую службу и больше не выезжает на задание, как и я. Его зовут Таджа Радкани. Он очень уважаемый матро. Вы должны обязательно пообщаться с ним. В общем, мы ввязываемся в очень опасное дело. Я к такому уже привык, но не хочу, чтобы вы пострадали. Не волнуйся, память соберется силами и получит опасность заранее. Вместе мы справимся. Не волнуйтесь, это продлится недолго. Когда все закончится, я разберусь со скрытой опасностью. Хорошо. Так, намек от игры типа давали идти. Полетели. Ну и жара, вот бы найти прохладное местечко. Отдохнем немного. Нам еще идти, придется потерпеть. Судя по окружающей обстановке, это не лучшее место для отдыха. Ладно, но разве тебе не жарко? Жарко, но я уже привык. И в чем же твой секрет? Силы памяти на исходе. Нужно сохранять ясную голову, а сила воли поможет. Стоит расслабиться и сразу накатить усталость. Шаг за шагом двигаться вперед и позволяя мозгу ограничивать возможности своего тела. А когда окажется в безопасном месте, можно будет как следует отдохнуть. Хорошо, только где же это безопасное место? Память считает, что и здесь нам ничего не угрожает. Гляди, это бескрайняя пустыня. Ни одного монстра вокруг. Ой, откуда здесь эти скорпионы? Осторожно, они шутить не любят. Это изичная хуйня. Можно не переживать. Они нас с 2 сторон обошли. Окей. Сам пиз захотели получить. Ну давайте получайте. А что, все что ли? Как-то быстро. Я думал, будет подольше, хотя бы на пару секунд. Пайман и не думала, что здесь водятся скорпионы. Это необычные скорпы. Смотри, у них пронумерованы клешни, это искусственно выведенные особи. Что это значит, что? Кто-то очень не хочет, чтобы мы попали на аукцион, вот и послал их нас остановить. Вокруг море песка, если бы с нами здесь разделались, никто бы ничего не узнал. Кошмар, хорошо, что мы ни на секунду не теряли бдительность. Здесь что-то не так. В пустыне нет дорог, как они узнали, что мы будем идти здесь. Не двигайся. Опа, нихуя. Ну, конечно, они подбросят тебе эту штуку. Что это? Устройство отслеживания, разработанное в Кшахареваре, позволяет определить примерное местоположение человека, на которого оно надето. Не помню, чтобы это устройство запустили в массовое производство. Где же они его взяли? Неужели это дело впутано в ученость Кшахаревара? Что-то здесь не так. Надо же, какие бывают штуковины. Ферзус, как оно у тебя оказалось? Должно быть, наемники подбросили во время схватки. Извини. В таком суматохе было трудно что-то заметить. Хорошо, что Сайно заметил. Нужно поскорее от него избавиться. Нет, лучше пока оставим, оно может пригодиться. Ну что, продолжим путь на аукцион. Мы потеряли много времени. Кто знает, какие опасности нас еще поджидают. Ну, тоже верно. Че, мне прям реально татуировка? ЛБД. ЛБД. Что значит? Лови большой Д. Дуб. Дурак. Дробовик. Лови большого дурака. Во! Все, блядь. Разгадали тайну. Мы молодцы. О, блядь. Гриб докопался до меня. Я его даже не трогал. Что это такое? Какой-то срач. Контрабанда, что ли? Что здесь происходит? Это здесь происходит аукцион? Странно. Нигде нет. Ага. Никогошеньки. Может, у них перерыв? Разобравшись с наемниками, мы сразу поспешили сюда, потому что побоялись, что кто-то успеет предупредить их о нашем прибытии. Но наш план не удался. Бьюсь об заклад, за нашими продвижениями наблюдали с помощью устройства отслеживания. Поэтому они и успели скрыться. И что нам делать? Искать. Они бы не успели переместить отсюда все капсулы знаний. Наверняка мы сможем что-то найти. Тогда хорошенько здесь все осмотрим. Ну да. Это единственный, в принципе-то, и выход. Обычные капсулы знаний. Здесь лежит целый склад капсул. Окей. Вьючий ях спокойно пьет водичку. Хуево туча следов. Ну да. Ну как, есть что-нибудь? Вроде ничего особенного. Самые обычные капсулы знаний. Возможно, капсул знания чертоги успокоения было не так много. Тогда их успели унести. Не отчаивайся, у меня есть идея. Возвращайся назад тем путем, которым мы пришли, а я спрячусь здесь. Потом выждите немного времени и возвращайтесь ко мне. Думаю, этот план сработает. Так вот для чего ты настоял, чтобы я оставил устройство отслеживания. Они уходили в спешке, и многие не смогли забрать. Не думаю, что они захотят бросить здесь свои товары. Убедитесь, что мы ушли. Кто-нибудь вернется за капсулами. Нужно унести устройство отслеживания как можно дальше от этого места. Тогда они подумают, что опасность миновала. Все ясно, мы их обхитрим, и они выйдут сюда. Ладно, мы пошли, теперь все в твоих руках. Не беспокойтесь, если они осмелятся вернуться, я не дам им уйти. Окей. Через телепорт будет быстрее. Погнали. Буньк. Как же Пайман устала? Мы уже столько прошли. Может, хватит? Еще немного. Еще эти силы Паймана на исходе. Может, отдохнем немного? Вы решаете немного отдохнуть. Нам пора. Давай вернемся на аукцион и посмотрим, как там дела. Интересно, сработала ли задумка Сайна? Блять, издеваетесь надо мной? Разрабы чисто решили игровое время срезать. Заполнить его тупо походом туда-сюда обратно? Серьезно? Не угорают, типа? Да, ну это прям такое. Тем более ночь. На их месте я бы днем возвращался. Ну, по крайней мере, рано утром на месте торговца. Ну, точно не ночью, через пару часов после того, как туда копы... Ну, не на копы, но вы поняли. Нагрянули. Немного нелогично, ну ладно. Хотя я там вижу чуваков. Ого, и правда получилось. Чувак один. Это ты тут тот самый главный злодей? Давай выкладывай все, что знаешь. Ему что-нибудь известно? Когда он появился, я решил не торопиться и понаблюдать со стороны. Это не организатор аукциона, но один из важных торговцев. Я прав? А ты хорош, Сайн. Зреешь в корень. Если бы я знал, что ты все еще здесь, не стал бы рисковать. Рисковать? Что ты имеешь в виду? Как только стало известно, что на аукцион готовится облава, все торговцы капсулами знаний в панике разбежались, побросав свои товары. Пока что у этих капсул нет хозяев. Если бы удалось прибрать их к рукам, можно было бы заработать целое состояние. Но это уже не имеет значения. Тебе ведь известно, что изготавливает и продает капсулы знаний. Сам расскажешь или мне помочь? Сам расскажу. Но давай поговорим в другом месте. Если кто-нибудь увидит, что я с вами разговариваю, мне и моей семье не сдобровать. И куда ты предлагаешь пойти? Пойдемте ко мне домой, в деревню Ару. Там безопасно. Хорошо. Оставь устройство отслеживания здесь. Сходим туда и все узнаем. Хм. Обратно, да? Ну, можно сказать, что да. Сука, я в шоке.
Think I'd try to pull anything under Sino's watch? Seriously, what can I even do?
Пап, ты вернулся. У нас гости? Здравствуйте. Это моя дочь Сими, но она немного застенчива. Будь хорошей девочкой и поиграй немного, пока папа беседует с гостями. Ладно. Среди торговцев имя Сайна знает каждый. А как вас зовут? Я пойман, это Фертус. Честно говоря, я не ожидал, что у одиночки Сайна есть компаньоны. Вот почему я решил, что он ушел ни с чем, когда устройство отслеживания стало удаляться. Хоть вы меня поймали, но я все равно дам вам совет. Бросьте это расследование. Почему? Производство, продажа, распределение выручки. На каждом этапе задействовано от нескольких десятков до сотни человек, и всех их объединяет жажда наживы. Каждый сделает все возможное, чтобы сохранить эту производственную цепочку, ведь выстроить ее стоило такого труда. Ты ничего не добьешься. Но даже если у тебя все получится, никто тебе не поблагодарит. Возможно, ты сам пожалеешь о том, что сделал. Так, зачем тратить на это столько сил? У каждого свои принципы, тут и говорить не о чем. Пап, вот чай, и гостям тоже. Я даже забыл предложить вам чаю, спасибо. Да, не за что. Чай у нас очень горький, я добавил в него сахар, который дал мне папа, с ним будет вкуснее. Умница, сахар еще остался, если нет, я в следующий раз куплю. Да, еще есть, ладно, я пойду. Ты ведь говоришь, что все, кто в этом замешан, получают хорошие деньги. По тебе не скажешь. Вообще-то именно об этом я и хотел поговорить. У меня есть к тебе личная просьба. Моя дочь больна от рождения, у нее слабое сердце и легкие. Малейшая нагрузка может привести к обмороку и поставить ее жизнь под угрозу. Из-за этого у нее с самого детства не было друзей. У нас с утра до вечера сидит одна в своей комнате. Каждый день ей приходится принимать уйму лекарств, а это немалые деньги. А я сначала был обычным мелким торговцем, трудился от зари до зари, мотался с места на место и зарабатывал так мало, что ничем не мог ей помочь, и на моих глазах она угасала день ото дня. Но как-то раз один человек предложил мне хороший заработок. Продавать капсулы знаний? Верно, я заработал денег на лечение своей дочери, ей оставалось лучше прямо на глазах. Моему счастью не было предела. И такие, как я, много. Для тебя контрабанда капсул знаний недопустима, а для нас это способ выжить. Я рассказал это потому, что хочу дать совет. Остановись, Сайна, не лишай нас средств к существованию. Как же так? То есть, если мы оставим продажу капсулы знаний его дочь? Я должен узнать правду. Я найду врача, который поможет девочке, но смотреть сквозь пальцы на контрабанду капсулы знаний я не буду. Это две совершенно разные проблемы. Я знаю, что ты так и скажешь, но спасибо за предложение найти врача. Раз ты не собираешься останавливаться, обойди дом и посмотри на заднем дворе. Там лежит последняя партия товара, ты сразу все поймешь. Вместе с Айной вы идете на задний двор. Сколько же тут этого добра? Здесь полным-полно ящиков коробок. Все так аккуратно упаковано, и это схрон только одного торговца. Такой объем невозможно изготовить в небольшой мастерской. Неужели в этом замешана Академия? Не может быть, чтобы такое количество товаров вывозилось из Академии, минуя проверку. Смотри, это какие-то другие капсулы знаний. Может, в них содержится сведения о чертоге упокоения? Похоже на то. Подожди, это... Какая-то незнакомая метка. Это печать матры. Наличие этой метки означает, что находящиеся внутри товары пришли проверку матры. Обнаружив устройство отслеживания, я заподозрил, что в этом замешан кто-то из Академии, но не мог понять, как оттуда можно вывести сколько капсул знаний. Теперь все ясно. С этой печатью ввоз или вывоз товаров из Академии не требует повторной проверки. Перемещение капсул ничего не мешает. Неудивительно, что они не хотят, чтобы я продолжал расследование. Нарушителем являются сами матры. Немыслимо. Может, это просто недоразумение? Могу я попросить тебя кое о чем? Раз эти ящики попали сюда из Академии, вероятно, в капсулах знаний о чертоге упокоения тоже использовались исследовательские материалы из Академии. Достаточно проверить записи в архиве, чтобы выяснить, кто за всем этим стоит. Но мое появление в Академии может их спугнуть. Поможешь мне с этим разобраться? Я напишу письмо на Биллу. Он приведет тебя в архив. Предоставь это нам. А я пока тоже кое-чем займусь. Улики ведут в Академию, но противник явно обладает властью и за ее пределами. От Бахари можно получить сведения об остальных торговцах. Я останусь здесь и займусь кое-какими приготовлениями. Если что-то обнаружите, сообщите мне. Окей. Так и запомним. Так. Так, погнали. Привет. Вот мы и встретились снова. Вы видели Сайна? Как у него дела? Вы передаете Набилу письмо от Сайна. Я прочитал письмо. Не могу поверить в то, что произошло. Извините, если бы я знал, что это так опасно, то не стал бы вас впутывать. Ничего страшного, мы тоже хотим помочь Сайну. Похоже, Сайна вам доверяет. В архиве хранятся материалы не об обычных исследованиях, а о запрещенных и опасных. Даже у меня нет к ним доступа. Само собой, с рекомендательным письмом от Сайна это не проблема. Запрещенные исследования? Ну да. Научные нравы в Академии вполне свободны. Ученых поощряют заниматься различными исследованиями. Некоторые исследования слишком опасны, тогда подключаются матры, и проект закрывают. После остановки исследования большинство материалов уничтожается. Однако, чтобы оставить запись и предупредить будущее поколение, некоторые материалы хранятся в секретном архиве под просмотром ответственного лица. Пойдемте, сами все увидите. Надеюсь, удастся найти нужный Сайну ответ. Секретный архив? Там наверняка полным-полно опасных вещей. Мы должны быть осторожны. Это точно. Набил объясняет ситуацию управляющему архивом. Да, понимаю. Раз вы от Сайна, значит, вам можно доверять. Можете просмотреть всю необходимую информацию о чертоге упокоения. Если появится вопрос, обращайтесь. А вот материалами о других исследованиях советую интересоваться не так рьяно. Меньше знаешь, крепче спишь. Нихуя себе. Окей. У таба активирует устройство, и в стене открывается потайная дверь. О как. Ничего себе. Так вот как выглядит архив внутри. Вместе с вами я пополню свои знания. Это все благодаря Сайну. В Академии полно тех, кто держит язык за зубами, но тех, кто будет хранить тайну, несмотря ни на что, по пальцам пересчитать. Сайна один из них. Он сейчас не в Академии, но я ему доверяю, и само собой доверяю тем, за кого он вручается. Ну что ж, материал в обследовании находится вон там. Смотрите и поскорее возвращайтесь. Окей. Подожди, значит, здесь можно найти какие-то книжки, правильно? Нет. Если кому-то интересно, читайте. Сколько же тут книг? Тебе удалось найти что-нибудь интересное? Имя этого исследователя звучит знакомо. Да, помнишь про напарника, о котором говорил Сайна? Бывший напарник Сайна, вы имеете в виду Таджа Радкани? У вас отличная интуиция. Муртада Радкани единственный сын Таджа. Что сын уважаемого Таджа Радкани попал в тюрьму за исследование чертога упокоения? Почему ты так удивлен? Разве ты не Матра? Нет, это был тайный арест, информация не разглашалась. Мне известно только, что сын уважаемого Таджа был арестован и угодил в тюрьму. Не только я, но даже и уважаемый Сайна не знал об этом. Мы можем встретиться с ним. С ним никто не может встретиться. Вскоре после заключения под стражем свел счеты жизни. Ебать. Вы наверняка слышали о Тадже. Набил-то точно. Среди Матр нет человека, который бы не был знаком с Таджем. Ему должно быть около 50 лет. Он один из самых старших в службе. Честный и справедливый, имеет множество заслуг и пользуется авторитетом. Он был единственным напарником Сайна. Они оба превосходно владели копьем и частенько в свободное от заданий время устраивали поединки. Кажется, Сайн об этом упоминал, но однажды Тадж оказался от бесконечных сражений перешел на гражданскую службу. Неужели это как-то связано с Мартадой? Когда Мартада родился, Тадж уже прославился. Поэтому, когда Муртада поступил в академию, все вокруг предъявили к нему завышенные требования. Это сильно на него давило. Как обычно, короче. Однажды отец и сын сильно повздорили, но вскоре помирились. Жаль, что примирие длилось недолго. Стало известно, что Мартада пренебрег запретом Академии на исследование чертога упокоения. Тадж лично арестовал его и посадил в тюрьму. Муртада, стоя на коленях, умолял отца о снисхождении, но тот не смилостивился. Оказавшись в тюрьме, Муртада перерезал себе горло осколком чашки. Нихуя. Тадж пришел слишком поздно, так и не успел с ним проститься. После этого Тадж время от времени приходил в архив с мрачным видом, перелистав исследования Муртаду. Вероятно, этот удар стал причиной его перехода на менее значимую должность. Я не знал, что Таджу должно быть очень нелегко, хотя он никому и никогда не говорил об этом. Паме тоже стало грустно, а тебе? Бывает в архиве Тадж? Подожди, ты в чем-то подозреваешь Таджа? Это невозможно. Да, уважаемый Тадж занимает высокую должность, и у него есть доступ к исследованию чертога упокоения.
But if you claim that the canned knowledge was originating from the academia, because he was the only one who could have recently gone through research files about the Court of Desolation. There are so many files about those ruins that it would be difficult to restart any research, since the 7 original researchers were put behind bars. It's hard enough. However, if the files were made into canned knowledge, they could be understood immediately. By doing so,
But even so,
according to the legends, the treasures inside the Court of Desolation could allow someone to see beyond life, though I don't really believe Taj would ever try to do something like that. I'm just telling you what I know. Do you have any questions? If not...
Paimon's kinda confused.
oh, now that I think about it, Sino suspected that the canned knowledge was coming from... There's no way so many boxes could ever get through without drawing any attention. Don't worry, Tosh. I won't let your reputation be torn.
Alrighty then, let's go ask around.
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Excuse me. Have you seen any large shipments of goods
Huh. Well, yes, but the academia consumes so many resources each day. Everything from cooking ingredients.
Right, but we're looking for shipments with a Matra seal. Have you...
That I'm not too sure of. I normally wouldn't notice.
Excuse me. Have you seen any large shipments?
Huh? Why?
I'm just checking to ensure nothing unusual has...
Well, I can't say it's unusual, but I did notice. There's a Kashar researcher who's been making frequent shipments recently. When I asked him about it, he said they just contained a bunch of old worn-out machines. The Kashar used to often sell scrap machines to traveling merchants, so I didn't really think any... But he's been making a lot of shipments lately. There weren't ever so many outdated machines before.
And you didn't find that suspicious? Why didn't you report?
Well, the boxes were stamped with a Matra seal. Why should I bother? Of course, I did start to wonder about the seal once, thinking that maybe a man named Taj came here and told me that he'd already inspected the goods personally and ordered me to leave the researcher.
Possible. There must be some sort of mistake. There's no way Taj... No, I won't believe it. Taj is an honorable man. Someone must be trying to frame... Wait. I know another Matra who works with Taj. I can ask him to let us speak with Taj.
As I've already told you, I don't have any way to contact Taj. A few Eremites showed up looking for Taj yesterday, and he met with them in his office. I was standing outside of the door, and I vaguely heard... Before I realized it, the door opened, and Taj left with the group of them. I noticed that he had also changed, but Taj didn't come to work today, so I've also started to feel a little concerned about the whole thing. If you'd like...
A group of Eremites? Could Taj really be the one making all...
No way. Taj is just like Sino. They're considered heroes among the Matra. There's no way that he would... Fine. Looks like there's no other
Hey, don't let it get to you just yet. We'll get to the bottom of this once and for all.
So, this is Taj's place.
Well, what should we do then?
No. Wait, the door's up. Well, anyway, we're still not sure if he's the real culprit. Probably not a good idea to go in without permission. You're right. Even if we apply for a warrant now, we won't be able to do anything until tomorrow at the earliest. What's this?
It's a paper full of names written on it. Oh, and a map. Nabil,
Yes, this is definitely Taj's handwriting. These are the transactions between Taj and some other people. From the look of the number, the whole operation involves more than 300 people, including dozens of celebrities. These are famous... I have a feeling that Sino might be unaware of what he's up against. There's no way anyone could face such a large organization on their own. You're right, that's just who he is. As for the map, it appears to indicate the location of the Court of Desolation. Let's take it to Sino. If Taj really has turned on his honor and committed these terrible acts, I don't want to suspect him, but I also don't know him very well.
all right, We'll give these to Sino and see. Let's go.
Где найти силы? Ебать, вопрос хороший. Я вот сейчас специально не читаю, потому что зрителей нет, не вижу смысла силы тратить. Потому что у меня еще на озвучку. Ну, сегодня я, конечно, ничего уже озвучивать не буду, но все же.
Well, Sino?
Taj, from what I remember, he is a straight-laced man. Although he would resort to extreme...
So do you think he's the one behind all this?
I'm still not sure. I cannot imagine how devastating the incident with Mortada was for him. Nor can I deny the possibility that people can change. Whether it's out of love for his son or for other reasons, we have to see for ourselves to judge him. Or rather, that's right. It's clear that he had a hand in this case, yet he made no report of it. That's also why I need to see him. I must ask his reasoning, and judge. Time is ticking.
Time to go to work.
Кстати, фигурка с Мауикой вообще классная. Но мне Сетлали больше нравится. Я жду фигурку еще с Шелонен. Вот Сетлали я дождался, еще Шелонен осталось дождаться. И можно реально плакать. Но они, мне кажется, большие по размеру, да? Так, погнали.
So this is the Court of Desolation. Are there really any treasures buried here? Oh, Paimon's kinda nervous. Could it be dangerous?
Don't worry. You'll be safe with me.
Look! These walls have definitely seen better days. Was there some sort of fight here? Let's keep going and see what we can find.
Surrender!
we just rotate. It's not gonna start moving again, is it? Either way, we should be careful.
Блин, как это круто сделано, я прям не могу.
A passage. Hopefully that's our way in.
Фигурка с линией. Я, по-моему, где-то видел. Но это не точно.
That eye seems to be staring right at us. This place gives Paimon the creeps. You go first.
Охренеть, блядь, они что придумали? Ощущение, как будто не в игре поворачивается, а в реальности. У меня же голова начинает кружиться. Мозг не понимает, блядь, что происходит. Разрабы нет, как бы не прекращают удивлять. Так, и чё? Я чуть пока не вкуриваю, а что делать-то надо? Чё, блядь? Обратно, типа? Реально. Ну, руками что-то дерется, как Дехи. Да. Ну, так, 50 на 50. Кстати, у Дехи вчера узнал, точнее понял, у нее ульта такая же, как у Кратоса из Бога войны. Все то же самое.
Impact-Сайно. It's been some time since I've seen you last. I trust you. Seeing that you've made it all the way here, you must be on the cusp of wrapping up your investigation, I presume. Even faster than I expected.
That's right. This case is nearly closed. But the most important was it all your doing? Smuggling the canned knowledge?
Yes, it was me.
Then explain why.
That's the difficult part. Let's just say I've changed. I've become a selfish coward.
I find that hard to believe.
Oh, really? Way I see it, every person will end up like me sooner or later. When you're young, you press forward, unattached, living solely for the justice in your heart. But as you begin to age, I was the same. I never questioned my actions until Murtada died. I could feel the justice that I once strived to uphold. I was completely dedicated to all that I did, but as I grew older, I found myself feeling alone. Murtada was sent to prison by my own hands. I set myself on this painful path. My son hated me to the day I failed him as a father. But now I have a chance to make it right. A chance to reunite with him. The Court of Desolation. Here lies the key to overcome.
So, did you already find what you need?
See this door behind me? Behind it, I'm so close, Sino. If only you hadn't arrived now, I could already have...
Enough conjecture. What has happened is already part of the past. In the end, the treasures you seek are nothing but
Since you're so sure, why don't you just let me open the door and see then?
No. I sense danger behind that door.
I beg you, as an old partner, can you let me fulfill my... Surely you get it by now. Doing your job without mercy will only drive people away from you. I'm the prime example.
I don't overthink things. If there is only one way for me to defend my principles, then that is the path I will
Seems there's no convincing you. All right then. Let's see if your polearm skills have improved at all. This power is mine. I will set things right no matter what comes.
Well put.
Keep lolling! Eat Papa! Grab from the sky! Let the world come alive!
Your strength.
You feel it, don't you? I'm stronger than you remember. This is only a taste of it. Once I open the door behind...
Uh-oh. We have to stop this guy!
I won't let you open that door.
I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid it won't be easy to stop me now that you're injured.
I'll do what I have to.
I still remember when we first became partners. You were always... Even after all this time, you still haven't changed.
You haven't changed either. You left that list of names and map in your house on purpose. All of this was just part of the act you were putting on. I had my suspicions from the beginning, but I couldn't be sure until we fought. If he really had changed,
Huh? What did...
he never planned on opening the door. His...
What's happening?
Seems our time is running short. Let me make this quick then. After Mortada died, my spirit was crushed. For a long time, that is when I was approached by someone who wished to collaborate and find the Court of Desolation together. People from every walk of life are involved. They are relentless in their search, pouring countless mora into secret research.
No wonder banning the research wasn't enough. A full-scale operation was already...
I'm a flesh and blood human like anyone else, so I obviously hesitated and considered it. The thought of bringing my son back tugged at my heart. I suddenly came to a realization amidst my suffering. The Court of Desolation, a place that once drove people to... As long as this place exists, people will recklessly seek it out, just as Mortada did. Generation after generation. Regardless of the cost, let it be buried beneath the sand forever. Once the Court of Desolation is gone, there will no longer be anyone obsessed with seeking it out. That's right. I acted as if I had abandoned my convictions just so that they would cooperate without raising any suspicion. But that wasn't enough. I needed someone I could trust to bring the organization to justice. The academia forbids the research of the Court of Desolation. To add to the problem, the organization is so powerful that they even have members working within the...
So, you pretended to be the one behind all this, as a...
Yes. I'm sorry, but now I am assured. You haven't changed anyway. This place is collapsing. You must leave...
Wait! Aren't you leaving too? There are still loads of bad...
His fate is already sealed. There is no life left inside him. He is like a candle with no more... You planned it all from the very beginning, didn't you? Risking being treated as a traitor to collaborate with them. Sacrificing your own life to open and destroy the...
Regardless, I made a grave mistake by allowing the smuggling and the research of this place. Let this be the final I was always so busy with work that I never made time to Finding this place was his biggest wish. Since I'll be reuniting with him here, I can only hope he won't have anything more to hold against me. I'll leave all those people on the list to you. Sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for. If you see Mortada, send him my greetings. Goodbye, old friend.
Dad, why are they so strict with me? I'm always the only one who gets in trouble.
Just leave me alone! Don't worry, I won't damage your precious reputation.
Alright, Dad. Let's start over. By the way, I finally found an area of research I wish to pursue. Why can't you show even a little leniency? Why?
Because we are Matra.
The Court of Desolation has...
Just as Taj said, that place had caused too many disasters. Being buried in quicksand is its rightful end. To them, as long as there's Mora to be made, they will disregard the Academia's... Their only goal is to make massive profits off of dangerous research. Taj may have set them back. That's an opportunity that I will not let them have.
We'll help too.
Thank you, but you've already done enough. Just leave the rest to me. I will bring them to justice myself. So, that's what I'm going to do.
4 дня. У нас рекорд был 3 дня, по-моему. Прикиньте, рекорд бьем. 4 дня ждать. Ничего себе. Вот этот поворот. Ну, давайте ждать. 4 дня. Так, раз, два. И сейчас 3, 4. Ну, да, жалко, согласен, есть такое. А прикинь, нашлись бы умники, что ждали бы реальных 4 дня. Блять, мне было бы жалко этих людей на самом деле. Хотя, я когда начинал играть, я помню, я спрашивал, типа, а чё, надо реально ждать день? Ну, там были задания в начале, типа, подождите 1 день, да? Я еще тогда спрашивал, говорю, а что, реального времени ждать или игрового? Мне говорили, игрового, не парься. Я такой, а ну ладно. Мне показали, где время переводить, и все. Не, на самом деле, я бы еще мог загуглить, но все же.
Nabil,
what are you doing here?
Convicts from the desert are being escorted through Caravan Ribat, so I'm here to keep an eye on things. This should be the last group of them. The last few days have been quite the ride, but at first, the mercenary groups on the list were putting up quite a fight. They made several desperate attempts to cover up the truth. However, after that, people on the list started to put pressure on the higher-ups within the academia.
And? Then what happened?
Well, then we received word that Taj Rudkani had sacrificed himself on the cake. The Matra then moved together against the enemy. We cleared out the traitors from within the academia and arrested all. Some of them managed to get out of the academia, but still failed to escape. The scattered criminals were captured by Saino all across Sumeru. I even heard that someone was about to escape to Fontaine, but was still apprehended just at the border. Having more than 300 prisoners apprehended.
Is Sino alright? He didn't get injured, did he?
He seems fine, but nobody knows the real situation. He brought over 300 suspects to judgment all on his own. Among them were even some of our former colleagues. Not just the criminals are afraid of him, but even if we start feeling all self-conscious, thinking if we've done anything wrong, we're still always honored to have. By the way, are you guys here to see Sino? I think I just saw him walking in that direction when I was on watch nearby. He was walking with someone I didn't recognize, and then before I knew it, they were nowhere to be seen. If you happen to—
Sure thing, Nabil. You be careful too. Don't let any—
Don't worry about me. If anything happens, you can find me at the Academia any—
Тесса, я понял прикол про 4 дня. Походу, ты такая, кто ждал 4 дня реального времени, да? 100%.
I'm aware. However, I learned something unexpected during interrogation. Apparently, Mortada had lived in his father's shadow all his life. After Mortada died, the organization tried to use Taj's toying with others' minds, treating lives like dirt.
Fine, I understand. This is a type of trap I've been working on which uses plants. Here, take some just in case you need them. If thrown into the mud, the trap will grow rapidly and disperse a pollen that has a paralyzing effect. I don't have much use for the traps these days, but maybe—
Sino! Tainari! Oh, so Tainari must be who Nabil saw earlier. Are you also here?
That's right. Sino asked me to collect some medicinal herbs to treat a girl named— I also dropped by just to check for any injuries. He seems to be fine physically, but he looks a little more lonely than I remember. And Sino, relax. You don't always have to look so serious, you know. Why don't you play more—
How is Kale these days?
She's grown a bit taller, but her grades could use some improvement. She still made many mistakes on her last test, even after some time, I plan on having her go outside more. It just—
Huh? You mean Kale is leaving Avidia Forest?
I've asked her to host some ad hoc lectures to teach the dangers of canned knowledge, as well as— although we've apprehended all the criminals behind the recent smuggling case, there are many people who are still— So, I decided to ask her to work on increasing knowledge and awareness on the topic. Please be sure—
I will.
If anything else happens, the three of you can find me in the Avidia Forest.
I've already caught those who were preparing to attack you. Even if some criminals did slip through our fingers, they wouldn't know that you were involved in the case.
But what about you?
It's still not time for me to rest yet. Those who I've been thinking about what Taj said in the Court of Desolation these last few days. His words were not empty. I just hope my own change will come slowly, so that I can press on a little further. That way, those who see me as their superior, and those who are following in my footsteps, will, just as I gained courage from my own superiors, and my partner. I'll be fine. I'm also enjoying my chat with you right now, you know. There are many things I feel better about once I start to talk about them. Many people want to go to the desert to offer condolences for Taj. But I didn't share details with anyone. One day, I'll gather some flowers that grow in arid desert conditions.
Офигеть, история Сайна 1,5 часа шла. А ощущение, как будто минут 40. Как так-то? Первое есть. Идем дальше.
Wow, the academia. But where should we go looking for people that.
Traveler, Paimon.
Sino! It's been so long since we last saw you!
As do you. You don't seem weary at all from your travels. So, what brings...
Oh, nothing in particular. Paimon just saw a really big mushroom out on the road the other.
Funnily enough, we were reminiscing about you recently too. It was at a group dinner. I look forward to hearing about...
Really? You were thinking of us too? What a cool.
Indeed. Or as I... You really want me to say the rest? Okay. It's always rice to meet stew again.
Сука. Я действительно видел, как падают совы. Совпадение, блядь. Нормально, подожди. Где-то еще подвох есть, ну ладно.
Oh, darn, he said it.
You like that one, huh? You must if you remember it after all this time. Admit the truth. You have...
Alright. Here's your 500 Mora.
You're exaggerating. It's only 500 Mora.
Hey, 500 Mora is still a lot of snacks to put.
All right. I'll treat you to some desserts later. Anyway, I'm actually investigating a case right now. My mind is
A case? What happened?
Nothing major. But after finding out who was involved...
Need any help? We only came here to hang out, so we've got the time. You may as well take us with you, and then when you're...
Such enthusiasm. Are you worried I'll forget a...
What? No!
Obvious enough. Still, it's a fine idea. You are... All right. Follow me.
Rise with the sun! Try and stop me!
Do you see him? The old man flailing around?
Oh, is he the one you wanted to talk to about?
Correct. His name is Cyrus, a former Spontamod sage.
Huh? Sino's teacher is...
It's ridiculous. I'm just an old man who enjoys a spot of gardening, shopping, and wine. What sort of person targets an old retiree?
Professor, I've brought some friends.
Ah, Sino. Now who do we have? Hold on, let me think. A flying fair... My goodness. You must be the legendary traveler in Paimon.
Wow! Looks like we're really fit.
I've told him about you before. You are my friends, after all. That's right. A couple of days ago, Professor Cyrus suddenly...
A threat letter?
Exactly. Who sends a threat letter to an old man like...
This is the letter in question.
Cyrus, I have uncovered your secret. If you wish to prevent it from going public, leave 10 million Mora at the back door of the cafe. Secondly, don't come looking for me. You'll never find me. But I will always be watching you and all of your secrets. Wow, they sure didn't mince their words.
Clearly, this person must be desperate for Mora.
10 million Mora. What a joke. I'm just a single retiree with nothing to my name beyond the tomatoes in my garden. Where do people think I'm hiding?
There were no witnesses, so currently the letter is all we've got. So, Traveler,
Paimon's ready too!
All right, take a look. Do you see anything? very good. The paper has a rather rough texture. It's not...
Another thing is, some of these strokes look kind of blurred.
Possibly. And I bet the paper has something to do with it.
Most of the paper around here is much smoother than this, and the ink is absorbed quickly so it doesn't run. This paper, meanwhile,
It's certainly not the same paper as we use in the academia. But the ink is nothing special. Just regular
So do we think the culprit has a connection with the academia? Wait! Check this out! Looks like this part...
Agreed. The staining suggests it was a colored liquid.
A colored liquid, so...
Looks like we're thinking along similar lines. Let's go talk to Arof. There are some...
Impact-Сайно. Sir Cyrus. Ah, and the...
As such, I'm inclined to believe that the culprit in this case is a student at the academia. Somebody young and strapped for cash. Oh, one last thing. I'd start your investigation by taking a look at the cafes in the city.
Oh, of course! You think the culprit spilled their coffee on the ladder, huh?
They do look like coffee stains to me. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the letter is written on a type of scented paper that has aromatics added during...
Ah, of course! Yes, like they sell in the gift shops. I remember now.
Understood. I'll assemble a team to investigate the points of interest immediately.
You have my gratitude.
One last thing. Send some Matra to guard the entrances and exits of Sumeru City. And change into plain clothes.
Will do.
Great thinking, Cyno. So, where do we think the culprit's at, right? Yeah, they've probably been lying low at home waiting.
You're right, Paimon.
Really?
The culprits approach. Whatever happens, they need this Mora. But just because they warned Professor Cyrus not to go to the Matra, and crucially, the culprits said they'd be...
Huh? Wait, are you saying...
Found you!
What are you doing?
You wrote the threat letter!
I don't know what you're talking about. What threat letter?
I sensed someone was watching us from the shadows the moment we entered the House of Dana. You managed to stay relatively well hidden, for someone reckless enough to threaten... There are a lot of people here, but we were looking specifically for Arof. Whoever followed us the whole way was likely to be the culprit.
I was just listening in, that's all. You know something big's going down when Impact-Сайно...
You smiled when Arof left. I saw it as clear as...
Is smiling a crime now?
There are coffee stains on the letter. You mixed some coffee with water, gently smeared it onto the paper, then wiped it off with a wet cloth. All to create the impression that the letter was written at a... Closing off the exits to the city doesn't affect you, because you already live here. And as long as the Matra were focused on the cafe was a red herring all along. You had to be somewhere where you could monitor the professor.
You can't pin this on me! I haven't done anything!
Really? Then why are you shaking like a leaf? The innocent have no reason to fear the Matra. But you, your heart's racing, and your eyelids are twitching. You're a...
I would never...
Don't try anything or you'll pay the price. Now come with me.
Well, that was over quickly. Cyno...
You're telling me. 1 minute I go out for a quick smoke, the next minute I see Arof. Looked like a young guy, too. Couldn't have been much more than 30. But after what he's done, I'm afraid he's ruined his whole future.
Everyone, it's all over.
Gosh, that was so fast!
The culprit's name is Uraka, a 16-year-old student in the Ratawe Starsha.
Huh?
16? Cyrus thought he looked 30-something!
We checked his records. He's 16, a third-year student.
But he looks so old.
Yeah, seriously!
Foolish child. He's too young for the criminal life.
We question the culprit regarding his motives.
Oh, just spit it out. Nothing can surprise...
Very well. It's our understanding that Araka is a mediocre student who has been underperforming in his classes. He started taking extra tutoring to improve. Down on his luck, he went to the tavern for a drink and overheard some people chatting about Sir Cyrus's comfortable retirement. They mentioned that he's always arguing about his tomato plants with some old woman on the street.
Some old woman on the street? Goodness gracious. Has that rascal attended a single one of his classes? That old woman...
Is this going somewhere?
Oh, right, yes. So another thing. We don't just argue about tomato plants. And what are they trying to insinuate?
Maybe it's more the fact that you have the time to grow vegetables in the first place.
Araka mentioned he'd heard a rumor, alleging that Sir Cyrus illegally obtained a large sum of money from the desert before retiring. Araka believes this money to be the reason why Sir Cyrus hasn't kept up with any academic research or other projects since his retirement. And given your advanced age, he thought you'd be an easy target to blackmail.
Oh, Araka. I'm at a loss for words.
People make up rumors all the time. I am quite confident that Professor Cyrus has...
Arav, you'll have to find some excuse to interrogate Araka again.
I completely understand how you feel, Sir Cyrus, but I'm afraid that course of action goes against the Matra's principles.
Professor, there's no need to be childish about this.
Oh, come on. I was clearly joking.
Okay. Where does this go from here?
The academia will determine the appropriate disciplinary action against the student. And as for the individual spreading...
Who said I'm obsessed with some old woman? You seem confused. Oh, don't you understand? Uraka is just a young boy who made a very rash and very stupid decision based on some groundless rumor he heard. All it costs me is a little reputational damage. That's all.
Please rest assured, Professor, that the academia will issue a
Yes, I have no doubt about that. But as a former educator, I'd still like to have a serious conversation with the...
Correct.
We looked into the family. Both parents are merchants, and they're often away on business.
Oh, what a mess. You don't have to seal the evidence away yet, do you? I'd like to have that letter back for the time being, if possible. We have to show them how serious this situation is.
The relevant authorities have already reviewed the evidence and are now discussing Araka's punishment. You can hold on to them.
Oh, so you'll be able to close...
Give or take. Cases like this are quick to...
Very good. Well, thank you for all your help. Perhaps we can...
My apologies, Sir Cyrus, but I have a prior commitment.
Ah, I see. Well, that's a pity. But Cyno, you have to come... Ah, and isn't Tighnari in town at the moment? Bring him along, too.
Wait, you mean Tighnari's?
He is. Tighnari's master, Sir Nephis, called him and Kale to the academia to help out on a project. Though I must say, I'm surprised you're extending an invitation to Tighnari. Did you do...
Don't be outrageous. Nephis offends me all the time. Anyway, hurry up and fetch Tighnari. Go on now. not to brag, but we never had problems like this at Ratawa His back when I was still It was students at the time. They'll tell you what it was like.
I was out in the forest at least 4 days a week back then, thanks to a colossal workload from Master. It wrought havoc on my poor tail, so I didn't exactly keep up to date with what was going on at the Academia. Most of what I know, I heard from Cyno after the fact.
Professor's become a lot more laid back in his retirement. He used to be far strict.
Wow. It's hard enough to stay true to your principles as a normal person. I can't imagine doing that as a sage.
It's a pity Kale wasn't around at the time. I would have happily...
And then we'd have one more person who has to address Lisa as...
Really? Can't you just call her Lisa? She seems to prefer it when people treat her like an older sister.
Oh, believe me. Back when she was a student, nothing made her...
Whoa, more food? Are you sure about this? We don't want to take this bit.
Oh, don't worry about it. Order whatever you like. And if it's not enough, order some more. After all your help today...
I thought I heard some familiar voices. Ah, and Sir Cyrus is here as well.
Oh, Kaveh, it's been a while. Zahahadi was talking about you last month. How have you been?
I've been all right, thank you. You're looking very well, sir. I'm glad to...
Have you eaten yet? Care to join us?
That's awfully kind of you, but I had a late lunch, so I'm not really hungry just yet. I'll have I just came to Lombard's to buy some wine, and when I heard some voices I recognized, I thought I'd come. So what's the occasion, anyway? Some sort of celebration?
Consolation, more like.
Sounds like things have really gone downhill since I was there. My whole time...
I can't believe how young the guy is. Oh, what are his parents going to...
Young people are always more susceptible to making rash and ill... But still, this boy has some nerve. Just look at what he wrote.
Wow, yeah.
I will always be watching you and all of your secrets. And then he just followed you into...
If this were my son, he'd get the scold...
Luckily, I'm also an extreme...
Kaveh! Your order's ready, sir!
Coming. I'll have to get going. Have a nice evening, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye!
Here I am. The coffee beans are in here, too?
Yep, it's all there. I'll stop babbling away now. Let's eat.
Oh, too tasty. Paimon's belly is about to...
Oh, mine too. I'll have to walk home to burn some of it off.
Thanks for dinner, Sir Cyrus. Master Tainari and I will bring you some homemade herbal tea next time. It'll do wonders for your sleep.
Well, I look forward to that. In fact, could I trouble you to bring a little extra?
No problem at all. I'll pack some up and bring it over.
I'll see you all later. I better head home now and tend to...
Good night, Professor. Don't let those tomatoes keep you up too late.
Hey, my tomatoes are serious business. I am not about to... Anyway, I'll be leaving now. Don't stay up too late now, children. I bid you all...
Take care! Have a safe trip home!
All right. Now, we've...
What do you mean, us time?
Well, I was talking with Tainari and Kale, and since we all have some free time...
Camping? Oh, that sounds fun! Paimon's in! Right? It's been so long since we did something fun together.
Everyone, let's meet tomorrow afternoon at the riverbank to the southeast. No need to bring anything. We've already packed everything for the trip. Just bring your delightful set.
You got it! We'll be there!
Great. Then we'll see you tomorrow.
Makes me laugh every time.
Incoming!
We're here! Wow, you guys are ahead of the game. You set up the tent.
I'd say we're right about on schedule, actually. We were aiming to have them set.
Traveler, Paimon, let's go fishing together. Whatever we catch, you got it. Dinner's on us tonight. I hope I can contribute too. The other Forest Watchers gave me some fishing tips a little while ago. I'm really looking forward to giving them a try.
I saw some very appetizing mushrooms in the area, so I gathered a few for us. I'll leave.
Wow, camping with a Forest Watcher is the way to go. They think of everything.
This is true. I don't think I've ever had a single rough day in this forest.
So, how has everything been going for you?
Well, there's been some high points and low points, but we've had some unforgettable...
I see. Oh, in that case, you should try a Valberry. I bought some from the market this morning.
A valuable suggestion. Just don't bury your...
All I wanted was to recommend something bittersweet.
Oh, I have a sudden craving for fruit tea. I'm gonna go fetch some stuff. Bye!
She sure made a run for it.
Unbelievable. She made a run for it.
So Kale chose the path of tactical retreat. My dear friend, you know what I am about to Excellent! A kindred spirit. A great warrior can sense when... But it looks like we'll get told off if we start playing now.
We got a bite!
I'll reel it in.
Firewood, spices, snacks, and drinks. Everything's ready. There are 3 tents. Which one do you two want to take?
How about the one on the left? Well, Paimon just thinks the ambiance here is a little bad.
True. But it's also the closest to the water. If there are any sleepwalking fungi around tonight, they might stumble in...
Well, that's no good. Take my weapon.
Anyone would think you were sealing the gates to King Deshret's mausoleum.
Excellent. Then this tent will be an impenetrable
I'm back! How's your appetites? Ready for the barbecue? Always. Oh, it smells so good. Paimon's drooling.
Someone sure is desperate to eat. I think it's time to add the seasoning. How do...
Wait, what? Isn't that just for steak? Hey, if it works for steak, maybe it works for other things too.
medium well for me.
Okay, these are about ready now then. It'll be a few more minutes for anyone who wants theirs, well...
Oh, that was so delicious. If Paimon's stomach had space, she'd eat 3 more. I ate a lot too. Here comes the food coma.
If you're tired, then go rest.
You must be getting sleepy too, Paimon. Why don't you guys head to your tents? Cyno and I will clean up.
Tonight I show you mercy. Our sacred duel will take place another day.
Good night. Paimon's struggling to keep her eyes open.
Oh, don't forget this. The Staff of the Scarlet Sands.
Wait, you were actually being serious about that?
It's a very powerful weapon. Try it.
Paimon can't even lift that thing.
Fair enough. You sure you don't want it?
Yeah, Paimon's sure. We'll be fine. And even if we do get an uninvited guest in the night, Paimon...
That reminds me of a parting king of invocations. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. But right now, it's time to rest.
I think they should all be... Traveler? Paimon? Are you in there? Could you come...
Look at this.
What the... What's this sword doing here? Is it supposed to keep out intruders?
Evidently.
Who is it? Oh, what time do you call this? Paimon's gonna take out the sword. Yeah! Oh, hey them, Kave! What are you doing here? It's the middle of the night!
Sorry to wake you up at this hour of the night, but we've got a situation on our...
Let's get dressed and talk about it outside.
Something has come up. And since it pertains to Cyrus and Cyno, I deemed it essential to inform you all.
Whoa, back up. Let's start from the beginning. Where'd the wine cups go? I could have sworn I left them here after... Ah, there they are.
I'll have a cup too.
Can you see if the cookies are still on the table?
They are. And so are the fruits.
Oh, this is so bland. I should have gotten a few bottles of what Cyno's group was drinking last...
Do tell. What were
Oh, right, I forgot to mention. So, I ran into Cyrus yesterday evening when I went to the tavern to pick up some things. He was Anyway, they got a bottle of Lombard's new vintage for the table. At least, I think that's what it was. It looked pretty good.
Sounds like they're all tangled up in the...
You know what it's about, right? 16-year-old kid tried to extort Cyrus. He was asking...
I heard some people talking about it on the streets, yes. Didn't take them long to catch the culprit.
I wonder what Sir Nephis and the others will make of it. Oh, Cyrus showed me the extortion letter, too. It was crudely written, but the paper had this beautiful pattern on it that I've never seen before. Give me a sec, I'll sketch it out for you. Okay, done. Take a look. You see what I mean? I don't think I've ever seen writing paper like this around before. God knows where the culprit got it from.
Interesting. These are all motifs associated with the tribe.
What? Really?
Take this, for instance.
Looks like an outline of a spire, similar to the kind found on some ancient palaces. And the crisscrossing and mirroring here, I recognize it bears a striking resemblance to an ancient emblem.
Whose emblem is it?
It's the emblem of the
After discussing it with each other, we both agreed that something didn't feel right, so we went looking for you. This was a long way to come from the city. Alhaitham figured you were probably with Tainari, so Gandharvaville was our first stop. But the Forest Watchers told us that you'd gone camping. Then, just as we were heading off to the campsite, we ran into Saino. He said he was on a supply run. We exchanged—
hold on. So what's the deal with that emblem you were talking about? The Temple of Silence, you said?
Something's up, huh? Give me a second.
So you've never heard of the Temple of Silence? Well, to put it simply, these days, you can find a Temple of Silence office in the Academia. Theoretically, it's at least, that's what they tell the outside world. In truth, it's historically speaking, the original Temple of Silence is said to have been established by Hermanubis, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret and the greatest of all sages. Most of the organization's members hailed from the desert. By contrast, none of the Academia Temple's current members are from the desert region, nor do they use any symbols connected with the desert folk.
So the Temple of Silence at the Academia is just a fake? What?
It's possible. The real question is, why? My guess is—
So, how do you know all this? Sounds like—
Did you forget? He did a stint as acting Grand Sage, and kept the pay raise even after he resigned.
Oh, yeah! Paimon did totally forget about that. So you took the chance to read all the top secret documents while you were acting Grand Sage?
if you're asking me whether I familiarized myself with the documentation in my office, I would respond that that's a perfectly normal part of any job.
So much about this doesn't make sense. Why did the emblem of the Temple of Silence appear on a threat letter from an Academia student to Cyrus? The student's only 16, and doesn't have any family ties to the desert. So where could he have—
You said you ran into Saino, yes? Did you tell him what you've just told us?
Yep. He ran off as soon as he heard what we said.
Given that Cyrus is involved, he's probably halfway through solving— Still, we should try to catch up with him. At this hour of the night, Saino will probably go looking for Cyrus at his current
If the Academia's Temple of Silence really does exist just to cover up the truth, the sudden appearance of this emblem can't be good. In short, we should pay a visit to the Academia.
Yes. As the Sage of Amorta, my master ought to know the truth about their office. You can ask him to tell you what he knows. The more information—
If this situation is connected to the real Temple of Silence, the emblem has to be part—
Kale, could I trouble you to send a message to the Core of 30? Tell them to keep an eye out for Saino and Cyrus. Traveler, Paimon, you two come with me. We'll go after Saino.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
Cyrus has been living in the city lately. He rented a place near the field so he can keep an eye on his— Here we are. This is the—
We might be too late. Looks like nobody's home. Oh, Saino moves fast. If he was here, he's probably long gone by now.
I know that voice. Is that Tainari I hear?
Professor Zahahadi!
So it really is you. My goodness.
We're looking for Sino. So, he's already been.
Yes, not long ago, in fact. He knocked on my door and asked if I'd seen Cyrus today at all. I told him the old fool left early this morning, and I hadn't heard him come back. So we went to his place, and would you believe it? It must have alarmed Sino, because he took off in an awful hurry after that. He never did explain what this was all about.
Well, if Cyrus isn't at home... Oh, it sure doesn't sound good.
Professor, did you hear that a student recently tried to extort Cyrus?
Why, yes. When I left the house that day, I noticed he was watering his flower. I could tell something was troubling him, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. If Sino hadn't happened to after seeing the letter, Sino told him to contact the Corps of 30, but Cyrus was very reluctant. He claimed it would...
Huh? Cyrus didn't want to report it? Well, that's strange. When we saw him, he seemed pretty okay with the idea.
As a former sage, it's possible Cyrus still has enemies at the Academia.
So Cyrus initially hoped to stop this from going public.
Oh, dear. What on earth has that old fool gotten himself wrapped up in? I almost forgot. Sino left me this letter to pass on to you.
Thank you.
What does it say? Let Paimon take a look! My friends, this is a rather complicated...
Yep, that sounds like Sino. Thank you, Professor. Please do not worry. Traveler, Paimon, let's head to the Academia and
You're here? I thought you were going after...
We went to Cyrus's house. No one was there. Sino got there before us, but he was long...
He didn't say where he was going?
No! He left us a letter and told us not to go after him!
Can't say I'm surprised.
Typical Sino. Anyway, some updates on progress on our end. I drew the emblem from memory again, but in more detail this time.
I checked some ancient texts for a similar design. The one I found was a little blurry, but the similarities in the general...
Yeah, and we're lucky we found anything at all. It turns out the emblem was all but lost to history. We scoured the entire Academia collection, and that book was the only one with a record of the motif.
Meanwhile, Arav managed to get Uraka to disclose his source. The one who told him about Cyrus's embezzled funds was a young man from the desert. According to Uraka, he had a striking presence and was...
Apparently, the two met in the tavern over a game of cards. The guy claimed to be in the city for... Uraka was intrigued when he heard what his new acquaintance had to say, and brought up the idea of extorting Cyrus for Mora. The guy encouraged.
I see. So it could be that this person planted the paper intentionally.
So, how do we find this guy? Did Uraka...
He doesn't know. He claims not to have seen him since that day in the tavern. The man gave him some tips on how to carry out the extortion, but from then on, Uraka was acting alone.
Nephis and Arav have gone to meet the Court of 30 and review the city's entry and exit records. Also, Nephis admitted that the Temple of Silence, the true Temple of Silence, once came to the rainforest to establish a collaboration with the Academia. The Temple of Silence felt that they could no longer trust the Academia and ended the partnership. Ever since its inception, the Temple of Silence has been the guardians of King Deshret's civilization and belief system. They traveled throughout Sumeru, sequestered at its roots. It was a legitimate and reputable organization whose purpose was to guide people towards the right path.
The academia of the day knew that the split would damage their reputation if it became a matter of public knowledge. And so...
Not only that, but they managed to keep up the charade.
So how did Cyrus become acquainted with the true Temple of Silence if they...
I'll bet that's the question that bothered Cyno. Probably why he went after him and...
Whoever is behind this, getting Uraka to extort Cyrus was only the first step of the plan. Their true goal in doing...
He must have recognized it right away. That'll be why he didn't want to involve the authorities. He probably hoped to take care of the whole thing by himself.
Since the desert is where the Temple of Silence originated, that is in all I
have to go after him.
Really? Are you sure that's a good idea, with how you respond to the heat? Why don't we send someone...
I should be fine, as long as I bring plenty of water. Besides, I just can't shake this ominous feeling that if we don't catch up to them soon...
Everyone, I have news from the Core of 30.
Master!
Oh, so that's Nafis, Tainari's master? Oh, we're finally...
It's a pleasure to meet you, Traveler in Paimon. Several independent eyewitnesses have reported seeing Cyrus and Mahamatra-Cyno leaving the city at different times. Both were heading in the direct... I was going to suggest that you join forces with the Core of 30 in this case. However, as the Academia has made a number of decisions throughout history that I am ashamed to talk... Stain on our legacy. I won't attempt to make you understand the Academia's perspective.
I understand where you're coming from, Master. But I'm afraid the situation might be more complicated than we thought.
Good point. If Cyrus is involved with the other side, or worse, everyone, we have to get Cyrus and...
Need our help? Whatever you need, we got you
Really? Wonderful. You have my most sincere gratitude. Arav and I will continue to follow up on the lead from Uraka. Kaveh, Scribe Al-Haytham, I'd like to ask you to cover the duties of that Tainari. You're planning to go into the desert, correct?
I am. Kaveh, I'll be okay.
Well, if you're sure... Okay.
Thank you all. Arav, let's go.
You'd better get moving. Don't forget to ask for help when you need it.
Will do. Let's go, Tainari. Hopefully we can catch up with Cyno before it's too late.
Knowing him, he's probably covered a fair distance already. But we still have a shot. Let's take it.
Okay, we made it to Caravan Ribat. Where should we go next? Maybe we should ask the nearby guards if they've seen anything.
Hold on. Look over there.
Is that Dia?
You sure you want to brave the desert alone? I mean, it's your...
It's not my first time. I'll be fine.
Cyno.
If you're really going to go through with this, then at least take our advice. When you're packing for your trip, Budget for 5 days more than you plan to spend out there.
Makes sense. Okay, I'll go get ready.
Thought we might find you here. You're trying to retrace Cyrus's steps, aren't you?
Didn't I tell you not to come after me? I thought I had a good lead on you.
Well, sorry, but we never agreed to that. Why would you go off on your own like this?
Nothing personal. It's just a complex situation.
Takes a special kind of person to get Cyno chasing them all the way. But why so coy today, huh? You only gave us his age and description. Why can't you reveal his name? Oh, also, hey guys, it's been a while.
Dia and Candace! So nice to see you. Actually, seeing all of our friends is the whole reason we're here.
You're looking well. Glad to see it. Candace and I came to Caravan Rebot on business. We ran into Cyno as he was asking about some elk. Some people say they saw him. Guess he stood out as an older guy heading into the desert alone with just a sumpter beast in tow. That's gotta be one heck of a story there.
Cyno, it's okay if you can't tell us anything about the case. But let us know how we can support. We're here to help however you need. The more people we have working on this, the quicker.
No, it's not that simple. If I'm right, he'll be the—
We spoke with Zaha Hadid. From what she said, it's pretty clear that he wants to try and solve this on his own. It won't be easy trying to find him.
Sounds like this is far more complex than we imagined.
Still, if he started from Caravan Rebot, the chances are that his route took him past our village.
My thanks to you both. Once this is resolved, I will find a way to repay you.
Ah, come on. No need to get all serious. Just buy a round of drinks.
That's a deal.
All right, so, you all set?
Yes, we'll handle it from here. Thank you again.
All right, then we'll leave you to it. Just remember, if you change your mind and need some reinforcements...
And don't think you'd be imposing. You can depend on us.
Don't worry, we'll keep him out of trouble.
Hold on. There's a few things I'd like to clear up.
Go on.
So, after you left the campsite, we had a long...
Clearly, we've only scratched the surface of the Temple of Silence question. It doesn't surprise...
Do you have any connection with the Temple of...
I do. I trust you're all aware of the spirit that gives me due to my unique constitution. I was put through a number of trials in the desert when I was... But my memory of that time is hazy. It's a good thing that Kaveh noticed the emblem on the letter. Without that, I don't know if we would have... I did not recognize that symbol at all. Whether that's because I've never seen it, or because my...
Yeah, you're right. Thank goodness for Kaveh, and for Alhaitham's diligence during his time as acting Grand Sage.
But Cyrus must have recognized it right away, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any qualms about you reporting.
I suspect so too. Professor has never once mentioned the Temple of Silence in conversation. And whenever the conversation turns to Hermanubis and the concept of spirit indwelling, he avoids going into any depth.
Well, speaking of avoiding things, you do realize, don't you, now that we've caught up with you, you're stuck with us for the rest of the way?
I am aware. Or rather, I don't see how I could manage to ditch you en route.
That's right. Fact is, we're coming with you whether you like it or not, so the best option now is to try...
Fair enough. Then at least let me buy you a drink once we're back in the city.
Works for me. All right, off we go. Let's start by seeing what the guards here can tell us.
Hello.
Mahamatra-Cyno?
I'm looking for someone. So I'd like to confirm any recent foot traffic in and out.
A man matching that description passed by Aru village not too long ago. He stopped by to load up on...
Where was he going?
Let me think. He took a seat by the entrance of the village for a while, and had a brief chat with the person who came to deliver the water. Do you have a map? I can mark out the direction he was heading and the best routes to any nearby oases.
I have one. Mark away.
Great. There you go.
Thank you so much.
You've got a really good memory.
Ah, you're quite welcome. Best of luck. I hope you...
Oh, that was... Burn it down!
Hold on. I see some people over there.
Do you think it's safe to ask them what they know?
Should be. I'll go...
No. I'll do it.
Huh? Why can't Sino go talk to them? What the...
Given my background, appearance, and the way I dress, I might not be the most welcome visitor here.
Ah, hello there. I hope I'm not interrupting. My friend and I are looking for an elderly man.
Oh, a missing person, huh? Sure. What do you want to...
I'm just wondering if you've seen him. Let me give you the details.
So, a silver-haired guy in a long robe, culture type with thoughtful eyes, and he's traveling alone.
He'd stand out like a sore thumb around here.
Yeah, sounds like the kind of guy we'd remember if we saw him.
He's looking behind me.
Uh-oh. That guy's looking...
Your friend over there stands out... Hey! Aren't you Sino, the General Mahamatra?
Yes, that's me.
You don't seem surprised that I recognized you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, you're the one looking for the old man who's got...
I have a bad feeling about this guy.
Someone's on edge. You don't trust me much, do you? No need to hide it. I understand why you're wary of us. Still, you came to us asking for help. Do you want it or not?
I thought you were a group of merchants. Seems I was mistaken.
Your henchmen don't look like much, but something tells me they put up a better fight than most mercenaries.
Hey! Hear that, guys? Hear my hint?
Suits me, as long as I get paid for it.
Just cut to the chase already. I'm running out of...
All right. Come with me. All of you. Don't you want to find your friend? Silver-haired, long-robe, culture type with thoughtful eyes? Sounds like...
So you know where he is?
Just follow me. I'll take you to him. Please step back.
Whoa! Something's coming out of the ground!
What is this enormous building doing here?
And how was it so well hidden?
Wait, so... Hold on, who are...
Is this the Temple of Silence?
All good questions. There'll be plenty of time to address them.
This is not what Paimon was expecting to find in the desert, especially not hidden right next to it. Ooh, Paimon's scared. They must have kidnapped Cyrus. Do you think this is the guy who...
What's wrong? Thinking about your professor?
I just hope for your sake you haven't done anything.
Me too. Hope I haven't done anything to incur your wrath. All right. You can wait here for now. I'll inform our leader that you've arrived at the Temple of Silence. Sit tight until he comes to greet you.
So he's just gonna leave us here unattended?
They can't have been at the Oasis by chance. They were waiting for us. Whoever the leader is here, they were obvious...
So this is the Temple of Silence. After leaving the rainforest.
Hey, look! That guy's coming back.
Don't worry. Someone will come and call for you soon.
What's your name?
Sorry, guess I was so delighted to see you, I forgot to introduce... My name is Sethos. I'll be here if you need me, but I'm not planning on answering all of your questions. Other than that, you can...
So we're free to explore by ourselves?
Yep. I mean, I'm not worried about you running off. Cyrus is here. And unless I've misunderstood...
He's right. Well, if we've got... I never imagined that the true Temple of Silence would be hidden somewhere like this. We've passed...
That's King Deshret's technology for you, I guess. It borders on...
We should be wary of our hosts. Still, at this point, we can be confident that the professor is safe.
Hey, Sethos! Have you got...
Sure. Although, I'm assuming by chat, you mean you have questions for me? I don't blame you. Anyone else would. Not often. The Temple of Silence is a place of quiet and solitude. We don't... Yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a stretch. He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So, I told him that Cyrus...
So you framed Cyrus for a crime that he did not commit?
No. That's not entirely true. Let me jog your memory. The letter just said that he had uncovered Cyrus's secret. Of course, Uraka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told. And not much of an original thinker, though.
Why did Cyrus leave for the desert as soon as he received—
You'll have to ask him that one yourself. Certain things I can't answer for him. I'm neither judging nor— All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem. And it was his own choice to take the bait. What kind of question is that? He's the general—
Right, but back at the Oasis, you can't have known who he was for sure, or you wouldn't have asked him, so—
I've lived in the desert my whole life. Guess you could say I've never—
Ugh, why does Paimon feel like this guy's no—
Come on, we've only just met. If I give you all the answers up front, you'll have nothing left to look forward to. Nope.
Really?
I have no need to go there. Not when the taverns are full of the Urakas of this world. Besides, we're well aware of what goes on. Spies? It's not as clandestine as that. The city gates are wide open. Anyone's free to walk in. You can find out. Mm-hmm. Ah, here he is. Grandfather, the person you wish to see is here.
Well done, Sethos. Greetings, one and all. I am Ba Moon, the current leader of the Temple of Silence.
Professor!
Cyrus, are you okay?
Ah!
Watch what you're doing!
Oh, my apologies. We have no intention of causing you distress. But you must understand, Cyrus owes me his life. And to the Temple of Silence, he owes a debt of gratitude.
I wanted to end my feud with this old bag of bones before you caught up with me. Just leave, Cyno. This is a matter between us two old men. You're all too young to—
So that's why you didn't want to report the letter. You'd made up your mind to come here from the beginning.
Some things in life catch up with you. No matter what you do, you shouldn't have come.
Cyno didn't make us do anything. We came here for the same reason he did. To rescue you. We'd appreciate you telling us the truth. Otherwise, it seems a little unfair on everyone who had to stay behind.
My secrets are secret for good reason. Bringing them to light can—
You're afraid, aren't you? You can't bring yourself to speak of your past deeds to the students you nurtured, as you recognized our emblem because for many years you lived among us. You knew as soon as you saw the letter that we, not Uraka, were the ones speaking to you. It threatened you only because you know what you did. For you, Cyrus, are a traitor. You once shared your learning with us, and joined us in our mission to revive the might of Hermanu. But then, you betrayed us. You bargained for your independence with your past contributions. And then you left. We both know what I said to you that day. That as the leader, I grant you permission to leave. But that one day, the sands of time will catch up with you. And when that day comes, you must pay the price you owe.
You really know how to—
Hermanubis' might? And the wielder of his power?
Does he mean you?
Professor, anything to say?
The moon is right. I came here— He rescued me from the brink of death once, many years ago in the desert. When he learned that I was a scholar, he— it
It was a great, daring plan, and one shrouded in secrecy. The moon proposed that we implant bar fragments, shards of Herbanubis, into the bodies of suitable vessels. If the many believers volunteered themselves for the experiment. But we soon discovered that the bodies of grown adult, one other child, was identified as a suitable vessel, and his parents agreed to release him into our...
For many years, the Temple of Silence had been in possession of 2 Ba fragments from Hermanubis. As remnants of his the test subjects were sent into a room that had been prepared for the ceremony, and instructed to approach the Ba fragments, whose power had been the original plan was for a 3-stage experiment: resonance, implantation, and recovery and observation. The resonance, as the 2nd stage began, I realized a decision had to be made. Should we implant the fragments one at a time? This would allow us to monitor the results after the first round and adjust our plan. But as I was deliberating, both Ba fragments suddenly became active. They glowed with a light we had never seen before. I knew that if they were not implanted right away, they would disintegrate and be gone from the world for good. Our 2 vessels had both displayed great promise by successfully resonating with the fragments. Under the circumstances, the thought of implanting both fragments into the same vessel seemed out of the... To preserve our faith and our power, we implanted each of them with a single fragment.
Ultimately, I ended the experiment and left, taking one of the children with me.
In recognition of your past contributions, I chose not to send someone to hunt down and kill you both. Your lives were spared, but I have paid a great price. I have always wanted to see you, Cyno. Losing you and your Ba fragment dealt us a devastating blow. We've been in decline ever since you left.
I see. So that's how I gained my power.
Look, in essence, I borrowed your Ba fragment for a decade or so. And now you are seeking justice. If you want to take my... But you cannot lift a finger against Cyno. He is the General Mahamatra. Your actions would be seen as...
I'm sure you don't remember anymore, dear Cyno, but you've met us all before. You were so young then, when we all gathered around and celebrated the revival of our Lord. You and he, Sethos, you were our final hope.
You'd like me to return my power?
As a follower of Hermanubis, I have allowed this power to remain in the rainforest for far too long. Now, it is time to reclaim it.
That power is not yours to reclaim. Cyno was chosen by the gods.
You are wrong. Cyno was chosen, but he was not the only one.
So those are your terms for freeing the Professor?
Despise me all you want. My sins are my own. The Temple of Silence is an innocent party. It is because of my foolishness all those years ago that the Temple's glory has waned. And now I must take responsibility for the decision I made back then.
So what you're saying is, the power of one Ba fragment is not enough? You're asking me to return the one in my possession, so it can be implanted in him instead?
Divine power causes great suffering to those who wield it. How do you know that Sethos would be able to
He is no longer a small child. But regardless, this burden is ours to bear. And your objections mean little, given that you turned your back on us long ago.
Both my heart and mind are telling me that what you are
Don't listen to him, Cyno. That power is no more yours to give than it is his to take. You have to understand.
I know.
But if this is a question of your freedom versus a fragment of power, then...
Sorry to interrupt, but in my view, there are a number of contentions here that still need addressing. Say that Cyno refuses to return his power, and you also refuse to release Cyrus. Then, we are at an impasse. I find it you're trying to gauge where we stand while keeping your remaining cards close to your chest. Well, my...
Wait, those ears. So, we have a descendant of the Valukashunai. Everything we have longed for, Hermanubis will provide. Perhaps this very day, we...
Why is he coughing so much? He looks like he's in real...
Moon, you...
Take our leader back to his room. Grandfather, I know what you wish to say. I don't like to drag out conversations, so I'll just... Had Cyrus not stopped the experiment all those years ago? The plan would most likely have been a success still. It's no use talking about what-ifs. I'm not like my grandfather. The Temple of Silence has a grand legacy and a sacred duty to fulfill. So I see things a little differently. I don't believe the temple has the same stature that it once did. So I'm not going to force your hand. You're all free to leave. Except for Cyrus.
You have courage and wise judgment, kid. Reminds me a lot of... I truly wish that the temple would take an objective look at the academia of today. You've been to the city, and things will only continue to improve. Why not consider cooperating?
If you hadn't betrayed my grandfather, I might well be open to persuasion.
Tainari made a good point earlier. He said there has to be all you and Ba Moon are after is the Ba fragment. The professor will accept whatever fate you deem fit for him. Ultimately, you want to trade the Ba fragment for the professor.
I'm glad to see you're giving it some serious...
I won't forsake my professor. Nor do I intend to run from a problem that I must face sooner or later.
That works. Then I'll be waiting to hear your verdict. Oh, my grandfather still has a fair few things he wants to...
Are you sure about negotiating with him?
I need to think this through. Everyone, let's meet again later tonight.
Alright, well, don't put too much pressure on yourself, Cyno.
I've taken some time to reflect on this. If I had to guess, he's a stubborn man who tends to double down when he feels strongly about something.
I agree. My master Nephis says the same thing. Once Cyrus...
So that's one thing. You've heard all you need to hear about the Temple of Silence. So my own memories of this place are hazy, though. Probably something to do with the overpowering presence of the I do remember having some fleeting moments of profound emotion when vague images would appear in my mind. But I was still young then, and all I could understand was that there was a strong will inside my mind. Thinking back on it, the power that came to inhabit my spirit was probably one of the cornerstones of their whole faith. So...
You're not gonna give in to their demands, are you? Surely there has to be another way!
No. I have no intention of returning it. I need this power to protect Sumeru. So I will challenge them head on, and win the right to wield this power for myself. Fair and...
This reminds me of something Alhaitham mentioned to me just before we left. He said that the Temple of Silence... Kaveh has made similar observations about the desert tribes from his work trips there. He says many of them have their own internal rules. They talk... I think we could turn that to our advantage. Go back to them with a...
Wow, and just like that, we've turned...
Looks like we have the same idea. Turn it back on them now while we still can. In terms that they cannot refuse.
Great. And I know just how to start the conversation. Let's go find Sethos.
Rise like smoke! Rise with the sun! Full throttle!
Sethos, let's talk.
Have you made up your mind?
We'll get to that, but first, I have some degree of medical training, so I was wondering...
I have no objections, although we do have our own doctors here.
Only one way...
Follow me. Keep your voices down. We don't want to disturb it.
Let's talk outside. Bamoon has fallen into a deep coma, and his prognosis is quite grave. He appears to have sustained a serious injury in his youth, which has been exacerbated. Regretfully, I must inform you that, based on...
Yeah. I've known for a long...
You're his heir, aren't you? You clearly have a lot of respect for the man. But you also see things differently. You have a broader range, so tell me how we can end this on your terms. Let's find...
Yeah, there's no time to waste here. You know that better than anyone.
You know, the two of you are actually in a very similar predicament right now. Both...
Right. And you didn't create this situation.
You're right. We both look at this problem very... I accept, Cyno. This all began because of Hermanubis. Legend has it that when Hermanubis first arrived in Tuletula, he sparred with the city's residents. He and his two companions proved their mettle by fighting over That group of supporters were some of the first members of the Temple of Silence. And the...
Sounds very fitting.
As a fellow vessel of Hermanubis, your ties to the Temple of Silence run deep. So I will
3 against 3. Sounds good.
However, I have some additional terms. As the challengers, you must win all 3 of your fights. Letting Cyrus leave with one of the Ba fragments was a mistake, made by my grandfather out of pity. It is a long-standing issue that must be addressed for the Temple of Silence to...
None needed. We're on the... If I win, the Temple of Silence must release Cyrus. If you win,
I'll return my power to you.
It's a deal. Then let's meet at the ceremonial hall.
Well, after how that went,
There never was. Turning back hasn't been an option for me since the moment the
You have to win. You need this power. Both as...
Yeah, that's right! Besides, it stayed with you ever since you were a small child. Surely that's a sign it thinks of you as its right...
Both as General Mahamatra. Yeah, when you put it that way. I've had to overcome a lot to tame this.
Exactly!
The Traveler and I will never lose.
And neither shall I. The desert was home to an ancient and great civilization that, for a variety of reasons, fell out with the civilization of the rainforest. But there must be personal factors at work here too. I can't shake the feeling that Bamun cares for many more things than he lets on. And I don't think that Sethos... Tomorrow.
We gather on this day to perform once more the rite of duels with the greatest of all. This is our most sacred of ceremonies, and no disruption from the audience shall be tolerated. Representing the Temple of Silence.
Grandfather, you're here.
A rite of duels after all these years. I am surprised by your decision.
I know what I'm doing, Grandfather. Just leave.
Representing the Academia, the Challengers.
Ready. We will fight to have our voices heard.
Warriors, take your positions and decide on the order of battle. We come not to debate what brings our challengers here, nor what will become of the defeated duelists. Duelists, the might of Herman Nubis himself is at stake.
Huh? Are you sure?
I agree. She's very strong. Sending her out first?
Okay, then you're second.
Sure.
We have decided.
So have we. Let's begin.
Duelists of the first bout, please step forward.
Don't forget, safety first! Hey, you there! You better play nice with her, or Paimon will make you regret it!
Little bit too much chatter from the audience over there.
Hey! Scatter!
A swift end to the first bout. I now invite the duelists of the... When you're both ready, you may begin.
Let's begin.
Watch out!
He drank plenty of water before the battle, so he should be fine.
hear everything!
Thus ends the second bout. We will now...
I'm ready.
So am I.
This is the final stage of the rite. I remind you both that when you're both ready...
I am Sethos. Vessel, for many years, we have kept our covenant with Lord Hermanubis by guarding the secrets of King Deshret. And even in our darkest hour, we earnestly sought Lord Hermanubis' wisdom and power, longing now. I will fight to become the rightful...
I am Cyno, General Mahamatra of the Academia, student and successor of Cyrus, the Sage of Spontamod. And you. I think you left some things unsaid. This is a sacred duel, and...
Old and young. My grandfather is a wise leader. He is also known to be a ruler who is not afraid to get blood, but our faith has held us back for too long. After I grew up, I went to the rainforest. Times have changed. The people of Sumeru are happier and more free now than in the past. Then I thought of you, Cyno. You and I both wield the same power. Each Ba fragment of Hermanubis stands for something different. Might. Glory. I once thought that the nature of our fragments must be what makes us so different from one another.
I am more than just a warrior. I am my own person.
Exactly.
The name Hermanubis has left its mark on both of us. So show me your answer, Cyno. Show me I can be more than my faith, more than the power I wield. Show me the person I... Bring it on!
That's all you've got? What happened to searching for your answer? Fight's over. Do you yield?
You won.
Well then, looks like you found your answer.
I give his glory to you.
I've seen that light. might of our Lord, the great Hermanubis, priest over all other priests. His spirit dwells within that lightning, and his will lives on. Once a warrior of Tynar, he emerged from the barren desert sands to serve the god king Al-Ahmar. After the death of the god king, Hermanubis gathered his followers and the Tynarian priests and led them to the city of Tule-Tula. There, they founded the Temple of Silence, and from that day forth, we became stewards of all knowledge that survived from King Deshret's civilization. Barely a century passed before war ravaged the desert. One by one, Eremite leaders took up arms against each other in battles that would devour what little remained of their civilization. Only the wise city of Tule-Tula was spared under the guiding hand of the Tynarians. But peace did not last. Coveting the knowledge of King Deshret, the beasts set their eyes on Tule-Tula. The king of Gurabad laid siege to the city and ordered the sages to surrender to him the Temple of Silence as proof of his victory. The ruling elite colluded with their oppressors, betraying the temple so as to hold on to their rule over the city. They declared that the knowledge guarded by the temple was the true cause of corruption. These were dark days, and we faced enemies on all sides. Our Lord had long since exhausted his strength, keeping the forbidden knowledge introduced by King Deshret at bay. To ensure the temple's continued survival, he broke his being into many pieces and began the ceremony of Hermanubis' legacy, bestowing his power upon his mortal followers. With this power, the temple was able to defeat the tyrant's army. Yet, we were not hailed as heroes. Strange and unfamiliar as this power was, it struck fear into the people's hearts and drove them to reject us. In the end, the people of the temple and the Tule-Tula Tynarians left the city for good and made their way to the rainforest. What followed next was inevitable. The elite of Tule-Tula fell and were decimated. War engulfed the desert. And we wandered from place to place, always in hiding, all the while keeping close watch over our secrets and staying true to our mission. Betrayal forced us out of the desert and into the forest. Then mistrust drove us from the forest into the desert once more. We have lived in exile for far, far too long. Yet, today, the Temple of Silence has borne witness to the glory of Hermanubis once more. Thank you.
How is it? Do you feel okay?
Grandfather. No, I just... I'll miss him.
I guess you were prepared for this.
Yeah, he's been on death's door for a very long time now. At least he was able to see this chapter come to a close.
What's next for you?
Per my grandfather's last wishes, the Temple of Silence should submit to whoever possesses the largest number of Hermanupis fragments.
But that's never going to work. As I'm sure you realize, I did foresee this possibility and I gave it some thought. The fact is, I know next to nothing about the staff, Sethos. I believe the honor should, were it not for this duel, or indeed if you had other intentions, the Ba fragments would most likely be in your hands by now.
You really think so?
I do.
Still, I didn't think Bamoon looked very surprised by...
Well, in any case, since the Ba fragments are with Sethos, I would like you to succeed Bamoon as the new leader of the Temple of Silence. You are more...
But doesn't that render everything that we've been...
No, it doesn't. This experience has allowed us to become friends. That's a much bigger deal than you might think, Sethos. You said yourself, times have changed. You have to believe that things can change.
I will try. To be honest,
Actually, part of me wonders whether Bamoon's intentions from the very beginning, that way, no matter who won, one of us would have to surrender our Ba fragment. And the power of Hermanubis, had you won, the Temple of Silence would have doubled its strength. And were I to win, he correctly anticipated that I wouldn't suddenly drop everything to become the leader of the temple. Much less, he knew that the temple's future would depend not just on the guidance of Hermanubis, but the support of the academia too. His plan meant that whoever ended up succeeding him, they would have an easier time interacting with the academia. With one single...
And here I thought the General Mahamatra wouldn't care for all these trivial You're absolutely right. Grandfather and I considered this from every angle. We had to find a way to mend our relationship with the academia. Thank you for everything, Sino. As a gesture of our gratitude, to those that you and Lesser Lord the Temple of Silence has a wealth of information on King Deshret's civilization. More than any other organ, but you must be exceedingly careful with your selection of candidates, lest you lead humanity. By the way, Tainari, my grandfather was so happy to see you. You are a descendant of the Veluka Shuna. The story goes that King Deshret chose the sage Hermanubis from among the Tainarians. He went on to fight many valiant battles with his Tainarian companions. They always stood by each other. From the Tainarians who left Tuletula joined their human counterparts in the rainforest. A few centuries later, when some of the group returned to the desert, many of the Tainarians, in all likelihood, those were your ancestors.
How fascinating. My father once mentioned that I was named after the Tainarians, but I never knew that
I like this story.
By the way, has anyone seen Cyrus?
Yes. Cyrus. You'll probably find him in my grandfather's room.
If it's true that you and your grandfather really planned for everything to turn out this way.
Who knows? Perhaps all of us. You, me.
Someone's got to make the decisions when history is at a crossroads. I will make a detailed report on all of this to Lesser Lord Kusanali, and arrange for an official delegation. I'm sure you'll have lots to attend to in the days ahead. But once things return to normal, if we're going to work together, both sides have to...
I will. Alright, well, bye for now, everyone.
See you soon. Come hang out with us anytime.
What were you thinking gallivanting off into the desert alone at your age? What if you take the bucket, You told not a soul what you were up to, designated nobody to handle your affairs.
Oh, please, will you stop your yelling? What other choice?
What do you mean, what other choice? Do you mean to tell me that after all your years of learning, and sagehood no less, the only idea you could conjure up in that white-haired walnut of yours was to shoot off into the unknown? A one-man suicide mission, That's the best idea that one of the finest minds of a generation could come up with, is it? It astounds me that you survived the journey.
All right, all right. Honestly, the way you're going off on me, it's like you wish you'd been there to lend him a hand.
I've got nothing more to say. What's the point of berating an old bag of bones?
What do you mean, bag of bones? I'm a flesh and blood hero, who, despite his old age... Okay, look. Fine, I admit it, I was in the wrong. How can I make it up?
1 month? Try
Inari's master is really laying into Cyrus. Let's give them a wide berth.
Professor brought this on himself. Wow, I haven't seen Master get this right. The last time he chewed someone out like this must have been back when I was still...
I think I'll go around and update everyone. Tell them the situation's resolved. We can go for dinner afterwards. My treat.
Makes sense. I'm in.
Paimon's coming too! Let's go!
Hey, Kale.
You're back! Well, look who we have here. Would you mind explaining to me what has been going on the past few days? I heard you all ran off into the desert and got embroiled in a major catastrophe.
All taken care of.
That does not answer my question. How could you be so careless? That goes for you as well. Yes, and you too. When you run into problems, you really ought to ask for help, you know? I've been around the block. Don't you think it would have made sense to involve me? And let's not forget, I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Now would not be a good time to attempt to argue with Farazan.
You're right.
It's not the first time that I've had to talk to you about this sort of thing either. You need to learn that there are times when the right thing to do is get a more experienced member of staff involved. Do I make myself clear? Because...
Kale, please do something.
He's giving me the signal. Alright, guess it's time to play my ace in the hole. Say, Madame Farazan, I can see you're pretty upset, but, I was just wondering, remember...
Huh? Wait, did I hear that right? Kale, you remember? Wonderful. Well, of course the offer still stands. Come on, Madame Farazan will show you around the old classrooms.
Poor Kale getting dragged off like that. Also, check out Farazan acting like some sort of official academic...
Kale! Cup.
Huh? What?
What do you mean, cup? You need a cup. I can get you a cup.
Oh, it's nothing. Just Master's way of reminding me to stay hydrated while I'm out and about.
It's code for let's reconvene at the cafe. Tainari and I used it while we were in school, and it's become something of a family tradition now.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
2 people left. Let's bring them along too. I hallucinating? Or do I see Kaveh and Alhaitham engaged in...
We're just reorganizing all the books we used. Look, there's a whole mountain.
There's no rush. Nobody reads these books anyway.
My sincere thanks to you both.
Yes, with your help, we resolved the issue rather swiftly and painlessly. And the outcome was...
I see. The Temple of Silence resorted to rather unique means of self-preservation.
And it sounds like they managed to preserve a whole load of ancient documents as well. I'd love to go check those out.
That day will come. The Temple of Silence is a hugely important organization, and will be now as a token of my appreciation. I'd like to treat everyone.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds great. Although after the last few days, I don't know if I can handle another.
Sure. Let's go.
And then, the Traveler just pounced on their opponent and knocked him right. Then there was Tainari. He put up an amazing fight, too. We ended up winning all 3 bouts. Whoa. Part of me wishes I'd been there to see it, but I didn't...
A truly edifying account of the events. Bereft of detail, but it...
Hey, Paimon included all the juicy details. The Traveler just pounced and then waved their sword like this. Then...
Despite winning 3 bouts in a row, you still ceded the position of leader to him. That's very dignified of you, Saino.
Of course. Being dignified comes with being a true champion.
I got to be a champion too for once. I've not sparred much with desert folk before. It was a pretty unique experience.
Yeah! Huge place! It felt like something right out of an epic poem! Imagine this. It was like there was...
Maybe save that one for later, Paimon. Dessert's here.
I think that'll do me for today.
Shall we stop off at the House of Dana again before heading home? We should probably finish putting all those books back.
My thoughts exactly. See you around.
I should get going as well. See you all later. Make sure you get some good rest.
I need to go say thanks to the Core 30 for their help. Also, Sir Nephis says he wanted to introduce me to some of the Academia's work processes.
Kali's come a long way. She's much more confident at...
Everyone's a work in progress. You never stop learning.
Yeah, true.
That was good. It feels like everything's finally... Life is all about these moments when you can finally relax and hang out with good friends after a job well done. And also, those desserts Sino got.
Do you three have anything planned for the rest of the day? If not, would you come somewhere with me? That's a secret for now. Wouldn't want to spoil the surprise.
Okay. I think I can guess what you're talking about.
Well, now Paimon's curious. Come on, let's go.
Been a while since I last made my way up here.
Wow, look at this place.
Need any help? As you wish.
It's a nice spot, isn't it?
What a great view. We're so high up, we can see from...
Traveler, turn around. This is my secret base. Somewhere I only bring my best friends. When I was a student, I used to slip away and climb up here all the time, just to clear my head. Back then, I had a lot of the same questions that Sethos was asking. Who am I? Why do I have this power? Our gifts help us to find our rightful place in the world. That was my experience. And I'm sure Sethos will figure things out in his own time, too.
You two really are like brothers.
I feel the same way. Of course. I see no need to be humble when it comes to the facts.
I still remember one time when we came up here to chat and do our homework. Sino accidentally dropped a fruit.
That was the one and only time. Nothing will ever slip through my fingers again.
Those were good times. I kind of miss the student life.
You know, Paimon really shouldn't be able to imagine Sino doing something like that, but for some strange reason, the mental image is...
Then make it stop. There's somebody there. It's Professor Cyrus. You guys carry on without me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Huh? Hey, you're not supposed to jump down. Be careful.
Surrender!
Oh my days. I can't believe how...
Professor, what are you muttering to yourself about?
Sino. Ha! Just the man I'm looking for. Guess what I found in some old note?
Some old photos?
Can you believe it? This notebook was just sitting in a pile of odds and ends in the sage's office. I must have forgotten to take it with. I was at the academia earlier to discuss my workload with Nephis. I swung by the old office to have a look around. Oh, time flies. Look how tiny you are in this picture. Still it.
You look quite young yourself in that one. Ah, it's this one. I remember that. Lisa took it, didn't you?
Yep. Looks like her work, all right. Who else could have found just the right angle to make me look so unbelievably...
And this one. Looks like we're both dozing off.
Oh, cheeky girl. Taking secret photos of us without our knowledge.
Is there something you'd like to say to me, Professor?
Like what? Like, these are good photos, aren't they? Hey, at moments like this, I hardly know where to begin. I can't pretend I'm a good person. But Moon had every reason to despise me. And well, so do you.
Don't be ridiculous, you old codger.
Is that not what you wanted me to say? Oh, I've dreamt of that place many times after leaving the desert. Sometimes I've dreamed that I was doing research with him again. Oh, it was one of the happiest times of my life. We all learned so much from one. You've matured so much over the years, Sino.
Since you're my professor, I should save you some face by not calling you out on all the non-answers you just gave. So, I will do...
Good thinking. Take your own advice next time. Seriously, why bully an old man like me? I thought heroes were supposed to be gracious. Hey, wait, how did I not notice this one earlier?
Lisa strikes again. Just how many did she take?
Look how cute you were when you were little. I remember how well-mannered you were back then, too.
Yeah, and look how serious and professional you used to be.
Oh, I can't compete with you anymore. First you get better than me at the deadpan jokes, and now you're besting...
Don't say that. I still have a lot of respect for you.
Huh, that's more like it. Hey, what would you say to meeting up with Lisa again sometime?
I'd like that. Let's find a time and pay her a visit in Mondstadt.
All right, I'll add it to my schedule. Let's go next week. Wait, no. Next week is the tomato growing competition. I have got to beat some...
Or you could find a real hobby, Professor.
novel from Yai Pu.
This realm is... If you ever have any questions about the realm...
The one before you. Ah.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right? Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas.